Can always count on cacophony to lighten the mood. Hello, everyone. Welcome in to episode 20 of Pariahs. Da-da-da. I'm just going to unmute, bring everyone in. Hello.
Hello.
How are we?
Evening. Hello.
Oh, why did Vanya? All right, since this is now a conversation in chat, give us a few more. Let's get it out of our system now.
No.
Yes.
Why?
Oh no, now I'm on the spot. Hold on, I gotta find the perfect ones.
Dear me. Devious Hearts, hello, welcome in. But no, this, you did this, so you started something.
What is the difference between a fish and a piano?
And what is the difference between a fish and a piano?
You can't tune a fish. Boom.
Cypher, what happened last week on Pariahs?
Sorry, I was face palming.
It's my fault.
You did this.
Yeah. Anyway, last week, we caught up with us after the fateful battle with the Doctori. Still in the lair and having a bit of a snoop about for the shiny magic stuff. And we got some good stuff. And then we were like, yeah, we should go. But before we go, Reza was like, we should burn it. And Gary's like, we should definitely burn it. So Reza threw an alchemical fire down a shaft into who knows what. We do something very flammable, as it turned out, as a big ball of fire came shooting up that shaft. And then Garrett was like, yep, time for everybody to go. I'm just going to firebomb the rest of this fucking place, and we out. So we, once again,
Start the fire.
technically started the fire. Yep. And we fucked off to watch the festivities. We went to the gatehouse on the bridge, so we could look from the waterfront, the canal, and watch the festivities. And it was apocalyptic. Literally hemmed in by wardens and then bombed to death with fire and brimstone. It was a slaughter of
Immense magnitude.
immense magnitude. Yeah, it was a spectacle. It put the dark in grim dark. But some of us looked on impassively. Garrett and Reza, not bothered. Vanya lamented the lack of, the loss of so much potential. Happy, smiling faces. Dorian, on the other hand, was like the Grinch at Christmas, and his tiny black withered heart grew 3 sizes that day as he grew sprouty hordes as the pain, despair, and death fueled him ever further. It's about as close to climax as Dorian's ever been.
Yeah. Anything you wish to add to that, Dorian?
Not particularly, no, just.
It was
yes.
Power. So yes, Dorian did, through the massacre of over 10,000 people, went to his transformation level 2 as a demon. Strange how that works, but
Yeah. You know who didn't get his transformation level 2? Got cock blocked by the fucking DM.
that
This
guy.
Yeah.
Why? What happened? Tell the class.
Well, I spun a pretty little web gathering up all the souls as they died, so I could reel them in like a fisherman. It was great. I mean, I did sow a little bit of confusion and panic amongst the wardens and Sagwood Academy, but Nobody got hurt. Rewind. Nobody I care about got hurt. It was all going really well, and then it didn't. As time slowly stopped, color faded from the world, and the five of us were seamlessly ripped from the mortal plane into the Shadowfell without us even fucking noticing. It's not true, Jump. You know it. Take that back. Bitch. So yeah, and stood before us was what can only be described as the closest thing to a god in existence that we know of. And she was really nice to Vanya and Reza. Fucking healing Reza, turning back time on her, so she was tickety boo. She gave Vanya a feather. She was sad for Garrett because she couldn't help him. But she would if she could. Dorian got the. What are you doing?
Why are you out of your cage?
Yeah. And Cypher got a bop on the nose and no, bad Cypher, never again. All right, well, fuck myself then. And then we popped back into reality. Minutes, if not hours later.
A day. It was a day later. Just over a day later.
A day later. Okay. So, funny thing that there's some jiggery pokery there because we were only in the Shadowfell for minutes while this happened, and we appeared a day later. That will become more prevalent later on when we find out why. And then it was back home. Actually, before that, Cypher did fall down a rope, broke his back. But it's all good. And everybody skulked back home to rest and recuperate from the bullshit. We did have a note from Dave Corday though, being like, "Hey, the fuck are you in?"
Absolutely. Overall, it was a slightly shorter session than normal, but God, was it a heavy one. especially on my end.
Poor damn.
But yeah, in a nutshell, Dirktown lays in naught but smouldering ash. Thousands of the slum dwellers scoured from existence by the wardens, and their souls denied to you, Cypher, whilst Dorian's power grew through the wrath, ruin, fear that spread amongst the populace. So, with that said then, episode 20 of season 2. So technically episode 81. Holy shit. We've been doing this a while. With that though, I basically now pass it on to you guys. We last left off in the confines of the Baron's Folly, or the Shadowed Circle, the Undercroft. Dorian, I believe you'd retired to bed in the Baron's Folly for the evening. Cypher, Vanya, Reza, I think you headed below into the lower chambers, and Cypher, you and Garrett was in the Thorn Room with Reza and Vanya off doing what it is they do in the lower chambers. So, with that said, where we're picking off today? Vanya, you can just tell us in here, you know.
Oh, I'm all over the place today.
You have a mouth. You can scream. Ah. So yeah, where are we starting today?
Probably the next day, right?
As I said to you before, you've ploughed through what I want done. This is now your week's worth of downtime. So where are we? Is it the morning? Anyone got anything they wish to do the night before? If not, then absolutely, we'll go the next morning.
Well, I believe Reza left off having a delightful bubble bath. But after that, she would figure out what time of day it was to kind of like get herself back on a normal schedule. And then continue working on a project that she might seek out Cypher's help with at some point.
Cool. What is this project? What's it look like? Down in the bowels of the chambers below?
No, I'm not there. I'm just in
You're not?
No, I'm in the Undercroft.
The Undercroft. Okay.
Yeah, because this isn't Spooky Stone.
Right. So, in that case then, in the chambers beneath the Baron's Folly in the Undercroft, your own private quarters, apart from the odd noise in the corner of Sal squirting whatever potion or juice into a bottle, the sound of chipping stone. Reza, what are you up to?
Putting the finishing touches on a small stone cat, not unlike Munchie. But this one is a little bit different. It's made out of normal stone that she had gotten from Arabetha a while ago. And whereas Munchie's creation required like a whole lot of like incantation and enchanting and like scribing on the form of the cat to help bring it to its purpose, this one is very simple. It only has like, this is gonna be so dark, it only has like one inscribed symbol on the back of its head. And as she's like putting the finishing touches on it, Munchie is just staring at it and like looking up at her occasionally. No, it's not a friend for you, Munchie. This has other places to go.
The cat's paw extends first gingerly towards this statue and then... Hold, let's have a look. As it gets closer, it pets it once before all of a sudden the claws come out to try and knock it over.
Munchie?
Roll me a just a straight dexterity check, please, Reza. You've got a 6 to beat.
Well, I have a +4 to my dex.
Don't roll a crit fail. Okay, so as the claw comes out and swipes towards the stone to try and knock it over, go on, I'll pass it back to you.
Reza just blocks the paw with her hand and she says, "Not yet." It needs a soul first. And that's all she says to Munchie.
Okay. So how long are you planning to sit twiddling away at this stone carving?
Well, it's almost done, so I'd probably say it probably takes like maybe another half hour, and then she'd get up with carrying the new cat and Munchie following her to go look for Cypher. So
Okay.
Just follow the drag marks.
you're not healed yet?
No, it takes 24 hours. It's just the next morning.
Cypher, have you been up since your rest?
What do you mean? Oh,
Have you been out of your hammock, dragging yourself around the Undercroft since the morning?
yeah, because I needed a book.
Wait, so why are there drag marks though? Because we keep this place clean. Like, are you dripping something that there are drag marks?
Well, the throne room's covered in dirt because Garrett grows lots of shit, so he's had to crawl through the dirt. So there's a dirt mark leading from the throne room back to like the sanctum stairway that Cypher fell down. So there's big mud marks on every level that he fell down. And then there's drag marks back because he needed a book and he dragged his carcass back. Might need somebody to clean that.
Vanya probably will when she wakes up. So, I am following the drag marks to where? Back to the thorn room?
Back to the throne room.
Right. So, Reza will on the thorn room door.
It will automatically open.
Either of you want to go into stuff before I walk in and demand attention from my cat?
No, you crack on.
Really crack on. Cypher's reading. Garrett's probably just doing busy work.
How is everybody doing today?
Not bad. Not bad. And yourself?
Quite refreshed, actually, and at the point of getting ready to conclude another project that I need Cypher's assistance with, or supervision for.
Just hear a grimoire going thump as he closes it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh? What is it this time?
The little one is ready to wake up.
Is it?
It is.
Oh, good. Come.
Reza walks over to where Cypher is reclining.
Yeah.
Yeah, paint the picture, Cypher. You said you're reading a grimoire. How are you decked out? Where are you sat in the room?
Think of like a thorny chaise longue with a with a mattress and a what colour is the blanket? Probably blue, right? Yeah, with a blue blanket on it, and he's got this little blanket up under his armpits with the grimoire on his useless legs. He's got half his fingers missing on his hands, and his face is still half missing.
It's that point where it's mostly almost like muscle and sinew covering bone. No flesh there yet.
Yeah.
Reza just kind of like looks at him and just pokes at his face just to see how it feels.
What are you doing?
I just wanted to see how it felt.
For you or for me?
How did it feel?
It didn't feel like anything. I'm dead. I can't feel anything.
Oh. Well, anyway. She pulls out the small cat that has been carved and shows Cypher the symbol on the back of the head. And so, I figure this will be the enchantment, where the enchantment is placed, and then when the head is crushed, that's when it will activate.
Oh, wonderful. So this is the anchor point, this rune, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Does it look like I've got it all right? It's hard to make corrections in stone.
It's expertly done. You're far better than I would have done.
Well, if you had chosen it as your course of study, I'm sure you would be very proficient.
No, I mean, I'm all fingers and thumbs right now.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. I gave you all your finger bones back, though, didn't I? Were any missing?
Well, yes, but they're in a bag somewhere.
Your bag of holding that's right there?
Ah, yes. They're not attached. They'll turn to dust and regrow. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I wish I'd known that before I picked them up.
It's the thought that counts.
I do what I can.
Okay, so what do you want this thing to do?
Be alive, look alive, and act like a normal cat until it's smashed, and then it lets Munchie that it has in fact smashed.
Wait. Look alive, be alive until you smash it.
Yeah, it'll be
Smash. Cool.
Yeah, I told you it's gonna be dark.
I love it. Yeah, carry on.
So you want these two to be tethered?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And he reaches into his bag of holding, pulls out his lantern and goes, I need you to go find something for me.
Oh?
And he holds up his arms as if to be like, uppy.
Are we doing this together?
Unless you can bind a soul to your will.
Reza brushes her hands off, stands up, and then lays down and picks him up, cradling him against her hip like a wee babe.
Cypher, your unresponsive legs are no doubt just dangle flop around.
Just dangle flopping around. Yeah. Less dignified than I thought, but okay.
Can I just say, in what other campaign would you get a vampire uppying a lich? So, with the fetal Cypher in arm, Reza, what are you up to?
Was that to me, Reza? Sorry, was that to me? Sorry.
I don't know. I mean, if you're Reza, then absolutely. Where are you off to?
Well, that's up to Cypher. Cypher, where are we going? Oh, no, never mind. I know where we're going. Come on.
Oh, okay. It doesn't really matter. As soon as we find a soul, we could capture one.
So we don't need to go all the way down?
No, we have a lantern, and he turns his lantern on.
Oh. Well, where are we going then?
Just around. There's plenty of souls about.
Around?
Yes, like everywhere.
Like, I have to... Okay.
Or what happened there?
With that, you guys are going to hear Vanya scurrying in the hallway, yelling something.
I think we've got a live one somewhere.
Right, run! And Reza tries to exit the folly before Vanya can find them.
Vanya, are you in the main hall of the Undercroft?
Yes.
From outside the door, you see two heads just poke round as Reza and Cypher just try and sneak out, but run right into you.
Oh, hey, have you guys seen my frog?
I'm
No.
busy.
I wasn't asking if you were busy, Reza. I was asking, have you seen my frog? I've been here long enough. I would think that it would be back by now. Are you guys going out?
No.
I'm going wherever Reza takes me.
We're going to
Well,
find a soul.
In here or out and about?
Probably in here. Yes. Looking into the ethereal realm is not conducive for normal people.
Well, as you're going, can you look in all the nooks and crannies and see if, like, maybe my frog has gotten caught on something, and let me know if you see it?
Sure. Sure. Wait. The frog can't cross boundaries, can it?
It's trying to go wherever I'm at.
Yes, but for a full day you were in the Shadowfell.
Oh. Where the hell is my frog?
No idea.
Bobby!
All right. I feel as though my frog is lost. It's caught somewhere. I don't know. How do we know? Like, how can I sense my frog? Let's think this
Reza
through.
has kept walking down the hallway. Are you
can't-
following?
Yes,
can't
she's
hang
gonna
out.
follow, but she's gonna be talking to Cypher.
Okay, I have no idea. You could ask the coroner.
Oh, will you go with me? Like the last time I was there, that was not good.
As you can see, I'm currently preoccupied.
When will you be? I mean, I guess I could try to carry you there.
Are you sure you could do that?
No, but I could probably get some of my sisters to help. Couple of them, maybe 4.
What are you trying to say?
Well, so that you're in comfort. Like Rez is just dangling you / dragging you. This would be like a hammock.
Mildly offended at that, Reza like shifts and like picks Cypher up properly and just gives Vanya a look.
Feels better, doesn't it?
I can't feel a thing. My spine is broken and I'm dead.
Oh, then you wouldn't need 4 of them. Then maybe just 2. When should I pick you up?
Do you really want to expose your sisters to the coroner?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they probably shouldn't go in there.
No, nobody's
Probably
supposed to
not.
know.
As for your frog, I'd say give it time. Those sorts of magic items have a tendency of just showing up when you least expect them.
We can't just sit here and do nothing.
You should try it sometime. You might find
No.
it relaxing.
It's not productive. It's a waste
Well,
of time.
oh my god, Vanya, look at this floor. It's filthy.
Oh,
somebody
it really
really-
is.
Muddy drag marks. What a... I blame Scarn. His tail, see? Yeah, backwards and forwards. That's what that is.
Somebody
She's
really should clean that up.
She's gonna look at the ground and then look at Cypher.
Cypher's covered in mud down his front where he's been dragging himself. What?
I'll clean it up this one time, just because, it needs to be done, and obviously you two are not taking any steps towards doing it, even though you created the mess. Maybe this will give time for my frog to appear.
Perhaps. If not, go see the coroner. Be polite. And just ask him if it's a possibility that your little frog could have followed you into the Shadowfell.
All right. I will
Wait.
do exactly that.
Question.
Mm.
Did you attune to the item?
Yes.
Okay, then it should be able to find you.
But it should be here by now.
It might be here, but on a different realm of existence.
How do I get to it?
Ask the coroner. Unless you know how to open the gate into the Shadowfell, good luck.
Does he? Do you?
Only temporarily for teleportation.
So Vanya's just gonna turn around without saying anything. She's gonna quickly try to prestidigitation up as quickly as she can to clean
Wait.
the mess up.
Wait, I've had an idea.
She stops, slowly turns around.
He's gonna hand it on over to Reza and go, "Come on, carry me. Come on, Vanya, come."
You want me to hold you, carry you?
Yes.
She's gonna attempt, but it's gonna be her arms are gonna be kind of holding him at her waist, so his ass is literally on the floor, and her trying to drag him.
Which way are you dragging him to? Towards the? Is this going towards the undercroft? Sorry, the private chambers, the throne room, or the shadow circle?
I have no idea. She's just taking him in a different direction because it's obvious he
why-
didn't want to go that way.
Where are we going? Stop.
Oh, you're making another mess.
Just wait. And then he's going to cast him. He's first going to go, okay, you have to hold on really tight. This will be unpleasant. And he casts Dimension Door. And teleports 5 foot to the left. But we're briefly in the Shadowfell.
So that's just Cypher and Reza, yeah?
No, Cypher and
Cypher and Vanya.
Because I'm draped on her.
All right. For a split second, your view just flickers into the monochrome black and white world that you witnessed but a day ago. The walls of the Undercroft don't seem to have the various roots and other items from Elias here. In fact, it seems even more dilapidated and ruined. Scattered bricks and the odd shimmer of a shadow from holes in the wall. It's almost like the cracks between the bricks seem to house shadows here. And for a brief moment, it feels like tens, hundreds of pairs of eyes are looking at you. Cypher.
Frog.
One of the things, Cypher, there would be this huge pull on your soul from down below. You're familiar with it. You've it's something you can shake off. But whilst ever here, yes, it's a very strong pulling sensation on your very soul. But there, in the middle of the corridor, in the shadow realm, probably about 2 feet away from you, Vanya, is a small frog that just lifts its head up, looks at you, and then colour returns. And you're back into the material realm.
Do you see it? It was my frog.
I did.
It's following me. How do I get it back?
You have to go into the Shadowfell.
I'm gonna have to go see the coroner, aren't I?
Yes. You're welcome, by the way.
Oh. Well,
And
thank
now
you.
he's reaching for Reza. He's like,
Well, she just drops him on the floor
ah!
and then heads to go to the portal to go see the coroner.
I'll come back to that in a minute. Cypher, with you now dumped unceremoniously on the ground, Reza, you nearby, the door to the Shadowed Circle flies open. The long, scaled neck of Skarn pokes through first as he trudges into the corridor, dragging something behind him.
Morning.
He just offers a nod to you both and just drags this sack out of the Shadowed Circle, all the way down to the end of the corridor, and then as he gets to the stairs that lead up to the Baron's Folly basement, he just drags this sack up each step. There is a smear of blood all the way around.
Yes.
It's in the bag.
Meat.
Okay.
Frail, weird man, chef. Francis. Needed meat. Sent me on errand to get some.
I don't need to know any more or where it came from. Thank you very much for helping him out.
Flashes a thumbs up as he drags this giant sack of meat up the stair. This giant crimson trail now just splattered on every single step up to the basement as he opens the door and steps into the Baron's Folly basement and closes it behind him.
Well, I'm not one to care about things being clean, but this won't do at all.
I'll hold the lantern, shall I? And he's like lying on the floor.
Mm-hmm. And then Reza walks down the hallway casting prestidigitation to just clean everything up.
Just wiping it away eventually. After a couple of minutes, the trail of blood's now completely gone. And it's at that moment where just as you finish, you see Skarn return with a mop in one hand and a bucket that's clasped between his thumb and finger as he looks down.
Oh, never mind.
Turns back, goes back into the basement.
Reza turns back around and stares down at Cypher, who is still muddy, I would assume.
Yeah, Cypher's started like crawling away because he saw something. So he's halfway down the corridor now.
Reza goes to catch up with him and just prestidigitations him clean. So there's no more streak marks on the floor.
Look, I caught one.
Did you? So quickly?
Yeah, I told you, they're everywhere. You gotta be quick though, because otherwise they get sucked down.
Oh.
It's a fresh one.
Who died here?
Could have been anybody from the city.
Oh.
Just as a quick DM comment, I've restored your spell slot, Cypher. For all intents and purposes, with this being a downtime, a long rest downtime period, spells for RP are not going to cost the the usual costing. So fire away all you want.
Remember that, chat. Spells for memes, free.
During this downtime period, because this is in the week or so of the long rest. Just make sure that caveat's there, so it's not misquoted later when you enter a combat. Like, oh, look at all these unlimited level 5 spells I can cast.
Don't worry, I'm sure Jump isn't listening.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like I'm being called out right now.
Wow.
But the shoe fits.
Well, yeah, it looks like Sci-Fi's caught himself. What looks like, kind of like a will-o-wisp. Like a blue, flamey orb. Got one. It's fresh,
Wow.
too.
Perfect. Okay, so back to the Thorn Room, or do we need your laboratory for this?
In fact, Cypher, how do you catch it? Because this is the first time you've really used a lantern in this way. What was the process involved in catching this wayward soul?
As it drifted past, he'd used Speak with the Dead to get its attention, so it'd drift towards him, because otherwise it'd have drifted off towards fucking God knows whatever's tugging souls. Probably eaten by the coroner. It's probably where it was on its way to the coroner, and Cypher's like, oh, where you going? And it's like, oh, like a moth, where the lights suddenly been turned off. It's like, oh, where the fuck am I? So it drifts over, kind of unaware of where it is, and he just kind of holds his hand out, grabs it. So as soon as it touches his phylactery, it goes from like a humanoid into this will-o-wisp.
Mm-hmm.
So as if it's about to get consumed by my phylactery, but I just hold it there, like no, I'm not allowed to eat this one. Just like the 10,356, I'm not better.
You sound a little bitter.
Just a lot of cells.
It was a little greedy.
Fair enough.
Right, so, Thorn Room or your Sanctum?
The Thorn Room should be fine as long as Garrett's alright with it. It's closer, and we don't have to go downstairs.
Right, Elias, could you escort Cypher back to the Thorn Room, please?
A
I'm
root
gonna get dragged.
a root descends from the ceiling, wraps around Cypher's waist, and hoists him in the air. So you're like a U-shaped Cypher with the root around your waist, arms and torso dangling one side, legs dangling the other, as Elias's roots just begin to pass you from root to root into the Thorn Room.
This is even less dignified than getting carried.
It's funny for me, though. You bring us so much joy, Cypher.
A
And
crane game.
death and destruction.
Listen, 889, hello, welcome in. So, having been dragged unceremoniously through the air by the awakened tree's root, Cypher, Elias plops you down in, I would probably say the chaise lounge that you had set up, but rather than placing you nicely laying down, Elias just drops you on it.
Thank you, Elias.
There's the odd creaking from the various branches around. Garrett, it would seem that Elias is having some fun with this. There is an amused tone that's emitted from him.
Try not to break him anymore, Elias.
Look, I found a will-o-wisp.
Lovely. What are you intending to do with it?
Reza wants to make another cat that's tethered to this one. I don't know what for.
Well, I suppose now's a good enough time to talk about that, so that in case it should have any bearing on the process. Basically, and she looks a little bit pensive as she's like saying this, as it's like she's kind of bracing herself for what she's gonna have to do after this. I intend to give this little cat, and she points to the one that's carved and not alive yet, to my brother and his family, so that it's should anything happen in part of, they can alert Munchie here by destroying this cat.
Wait, you're personally going to do this?
Yes.
And you're alright with that?
Yes.
Cypher looks at Garrett and he's like,
But why the look?
Are you going to be okay? Do you need company?
I mean, company probably wouldn't be a bad idea.
If you can wait a few more hours till I get my sea legs, as it were, I can come with.
I think they'd be your land legs, but yes, I would. That would be nice. It's I've stayed away more as to protect them, but now that my existence is sort of sanctioned, if you will, I think that I can offer to protect them more overtly than covertly. What do you two think?
If you wish to offer them premises in the city, could be arranged.
I've thought about that. I'm not sure if that's the right approach just yet. But I'm thinking on it.
Baby steps for now. Just hello, yes, I'm dead, but not really.
It's like, you thought I was dead, but hello, I'm a daisy. That's a bad joke. Okay. Yeah, so that's the purpose of the little cat.
Okay, with the purpose, being able to tailor it should be quite easy, especially if we can have a family member give it some blood as a blood tie. Make the spell all the more effective, especially if you're using your blood in the ritual to make it.
Yes. My blood.
Okay. Shall we begin then?
I'm ready.
Good.
And Reza's... Oh, go ahead.
Cypher's gonna pull out a dagger and be like, "You're going to have to bleed onto the..." So...
Oh, all right. Do I need to do, like, arrange them in any sort of way, or symbols on the ground, or just...
make sure they're perfectly still, inanimate, touching nose to nose.
all right. Munchie, come here. You heard him.
Begrudgingly, Munchie makes their way over towards the other cat statue and then just plops down on the ground obediently.
Good job, Munchie. Okay. And Reza holds out a hand towards Cypher to be stabbed.
Okay. We're going to. Never mind.
As you turn away, Reza, Munchie just slowly starts to extend a paw to knock the statue over again. What is with the sixes to roll? Reza, dexterity again, please. It's anything but a crit fail. You look away for a minute, but out of the corner of your eye, you see the small obsidian cat slowly start to reach a paw out to the new statue. What do you do?
Reza will reach out and put her hand on his paw and just glare at him. Now is not the time.
There's a brief as Munchie just puts his paw back to the cobbles below and dips their head. Understanding.
That's what you get for choosing a cat. Should choose dog. More obedient.
Less subtle.
True. Okay. So, we're going to bleed your essence into the soul, and then we're going to pass this soul through Munchie, cloning Munchie, into the other one. That way they're tethered, and they're the same, but different.
Okay, I will watch closely and not remember a thing.
No, I need your help.
Oh, okay.
Because it's going to be blood tied to you specifically and your family. I need you to. Do you remember those the arcane symbols of life and death?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to need you to, in blood, scribe one of each on the new cat before it animates.
Okay, any specific location?
It doesn't matter, probably as close to your anchor symbol as possible.
Okay. I can do that. You only made me copy them each about 500 times. So...
Exactly, should be easy. And make sure you imbue it with as much magic as possible.
Yes, teacher.
Wonderful. Now, let the bleeding begin, and he's gonna, I don't know, probably slit your wrist, right? Best way to get more blood.
From a vampire, probably one of the only places that you would be able to get a decent amount from.
Yeah.
Alright, well, so now that her wrist is bleeding, she's gonna dip a finger from the other hand in it to draw the symbols. And they're gonna be on either side of the rune on the back of the head, like kind of like tucked behind the ear, so it looks like a little, like a Mickey Mouse shape.
For fuck's sake.
But horrifying, because they're blood runes.
So while she's doing that, Cypher will channel a shadow into this soul, changing it from, it goes from blue to like a vivid red when the blood goes in to like a dark red, and then it kind of just starts like pooling itself over Munchie till it takes the shape. So Munchie is this like shiny like coating of himself, so it's like making a complete copy, so it molds itself to what Munchie is before slowly like bleeding over to the other statue while Reza completes her runes. And once it's done, you have 2 cats that are the same but different.
There's a brief moment where, as this blood surrounds the second cat, it hovers over its surface, shimmering in the dim light of the throne room before it seems to absorb into the stonework. The second cat, as it starts to take more of a realistic form from the magic, would be grey, similar to the stone in colour, but under certain light, I would say it has almost like a red sheen beneath the fur. Rez, is there anything you wish to add to this?
Mm-hmm. I would. And as they're kind of sitting there after the ritual is complete, watching this cat, the gray with the undersheen of red would slowly sort of like start pulsing softly like a heartbeat. And then the cat would suddenly look like it was growing fur and become an orange cat. But its eyes are still like a deep, beady red.
There's a crackle from its mouth as it lowers its jaw and lets out this cat's first meow, as such. Munchie steps back a couple of steps, tail spikes up, fur poofs out as it hisses, but that only lasts for a brief moment before the 2 cats sniff each other and seem to get a understanding between them. The now orange cat with red eyes giving off more of a submissive vibe.
What do you think of the color? I tried something a little bit different with my sculpting this time.
Curious. Easy to
more-
see.
Well, it looks more like a normal cat, don't you think? That's...
Yes, until it looks at you with those beady red eyes.
Well, I mean... I haven't really figured out a way to avoid that part.
Looks good, though. It does look good. What do you think, Garrett?
What's Garrett been up to during all of this?
Been brewing more of the base to the bloodshot and sketching on my desk.
How many vials do you think, or this base liquid? What's production look like now? How much can you get done overnight? Would you say?
Oh, a fair amount.
Mm-hmm.
So we've extended a few times, and with help from my sentient super plant, I can produce.
Shall we roll some
enough.
dice?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll go with barrels. And
Oh.
yeah, we'll go with barrels at this point. 'Cause I think you've certainly, whilst you've been out doing stuff, Elias is still doing. It's not like Elias has much to do with this giant awakened intelligent plant. Isn't going to just sit doing nothing for hours and hours on end. And due to the fact it can be everywhere at once, almost autonomous factory. So overnight, I think roll me let's go for 1d10 plus 2, please, Garrett. And this will be just kegs of the the base liquid that you can make in a day.
Boom.
So over in this, as long as Elias has got nothing else to focus on and he's pretty much putting all of his attention on growing the plants necessary, cutting them, cutting them himself, fermenting, so on and so forth. He can probably make up about 12 kegs of just the base alcohol per day.
That's a lot of bottles.
It is. So yeah. If he's got nothing else to focus on, the maximum he can produce, again, this is just the base liquid, not a finished product with all of the extras in. But yeah, 12 kegs of your base alcohol per day.
Okay. That could come in useful.
Yeah, make a note of it.
Lovely. So yeah, so I can make a lot of bloodshot now.
So that's basically what Garrett's been up to, is just going down the, I would imagine, down the keg line and be like, yeah, ready. Anything else you wish to add to that, Garrett?
No, I think Garrett's becoming a bit of an alchemist, as well as a gardener. And so I've been making lots of the bloodshot, the court reserve. Hoping that I'm going to get the nod to supply the masquerade ball with entertainment. Oh, it does remind me. I'm going to have to go to the Bloodworks and set up our account.
Yes, you're going to need more blood, I do believe. And he looks around at the empty vials that he's used to fill up barrels. He's like, you may have gone through your entire stock already.
Yeah. Feel the deal with the Merchants Guild might start paying as well.
Probably. You should get payment in gems and gold bars instead of coin. Like Reza said.
Mm-hmm.
And Cypher's there petting the ginger cat.
Has this got a name, Callie? Or Reza, sorry.
No. No name.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like all ginger cats, it has no brain cells, so it is just like eating up Cypher's attention and just like worship me mode, like on his belly, just like no brain cells.
Yeah. The claws are out as it starts trying to pad your Cypher, but yeah, they don't cause any any issue.
Yeah. Okay.
Basically, Reza designed it to be like a cute, cuddly plaything for the children.
Mm-hmm.
But if shit goes down, a boot to the head will smash it and alert Reza will know that something's happening in Kartop.
Okay.
Definitely will not scar the children for life if that happens.
Turn away, kids. Dad's about to break the cat on the ground.
Big blacksmith's hammer crushes it to a million pieces.
Yeah.
Break cat in case of emergency.
Break cat in case of emergency. Ah, dear me. You're not wrong, Noxious. You're not wrong. So, with that said then, anything further anyone wishes whilst you've got this new cat bound to the other one as a emergency device? I guess that's a no.
I've got
Sorry.
nothing.
No, I've got nothing. Cypher's going to chill with the cat, and he'll go to Reza. Come see me tomorrow. I should be healed by then, and I'll come with you.
All right.
And leave the cat.
Are you kicking me out? I was going to relax for a little bit.
Oh, you're welcome. Elias, can we get a chair?
Several roots shoot out of the ground and begin to wrap and fold around each other as it makes a high-backed chair for you, Reza.
Look how good he's gotten at it. Look at that chair.
That's very, very comfortable. All right, come here, Munchie. Come on. And you can bite me if you want for making you behave.
So you got two people just sat there stroking cats while Garrett does all the work. So we're just going to
Yeah,
sit there
Pretty
and
much.
just watch Garrett work and be like,
Standard.
occasional, annoying comment now and then.
Excellent. All right. So with that, and you all taking a brief moment of respite after the chaos, I think we'll call a quick break there to refill our drinks, and then we'll see what Vanya's up to and Dorian. So, yeah, I will throw up the old banner. And yeah, folks, we will be but a moment. I'm going to grab a drink and then catch up with chat. Holy shit. So, obviously, I can't do this and read chat at the same time, so I am sorry, folks, but I'll have a quick catch up in a moment. And look at that timing, adverts are about to begin as well, so yep, we will be but a moment. Burb. I'll leave you with the soothing Skyrim soundtrack.
Back.
Welcome back. Me too.
This is gonna be my last drink. Since I hardly drink anymore, I'm such a lightweight.
What was that?
Say it ain't so.
I mean,
Oh.
I was before, but now I really am.
That took a little longer than I expected. I went to pour some Ribena in my drink, and it fizzed up everywhere and sent Ribena all over the kitchen worktop.
Nice.
Oh. All right. Let's have a look. What have I missed out on chat, everyone? In fact... Trolls in chat. I mean, in all fairness, this is light today.
No sink filling for me tonight, Enders.
I mean, if you can smell your own feet, that's probably time to, change socks, potentially. Or slippers. Yeti, you were stressing the group out close to the end of last Dungeon Crawl with the crowded village. Yes. Yeah, that last fight was... It was a good one. I think everyone enjoyed the Dungeon Crawl. It had been a while since we did one last. What was the last Dungeon Crawl? Probably the
Outcasts, right?
Outcasts lair, yeah. Which, bloody hell, episode 50, 60 of season 1?
Sound like it.
Yeah, something like that. Before Cypher was a lich, so yeah, quite a while.
I still gotta check in on OB.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, adverts are ending in 15 seconds, so I'll have a sip of the old drink. Sanderson is psychic. Okay. So, Vanya. Oh, Rayvon, thank you. Cheers for the 100 bits, Rayvon. Appreciate it. So, with that done, Garrett's hard at work producing the vast quantities of bloodshot for the upcoming masquerade ball. Cypher resting, healing his broken spine, and Reza just taking a chill. We've got Dorian and Vanya. Who wants to step up first? What have you got planned?
Dorian can go. We haven't heard from him, so Vanya can wait.
Okay.
Well, Dorian is pretty intent on trying to sleep off the effects of the fight and everything. But he's going to, the next morning, muster up and put on his typical clothes that he wears when he goes to the office, and he's going to stumble his way through the city streets and head down to the office.
Okay. Stepping out of the folly into lower streets. Get rid of the glow on the horizon now. There would be more foot traffic than usual, considering you slept in for a little bit. Here, various merchants and peddlers are making their way towards Market Row, and on your walk through the streets, Dorian, you would begin to overhear conversations, certainly all regarding the events that's transpired over the last day or so. From a small group on the street corner, you would hear that Dirktown no more. Obviously, something you are acutely aware of. Rumours seem to fly around that it was either the work of the court wanting to exterminate a new criminal gang there. Other rumours suggest that some form of plague or black magics were at work. Hence, such a large force was required to go in and clear it out. Other rumours swirl that the Barak Empire had made their move, and that it was just a overwhelming show of force for any Barak informants watching. Obviously, there is some truth mixed in with the rumours, giving you the idea that it seems the court's already making a move to put their own spin on what exactly happened. The other thing that you would hear as you make your way through the streets is that there are now several bell ringers. Individuals whose sole purpose is to pass on news through the streets. Each one seems to be guarded by a single mercenary-looking individual. The gear is not usually something you would see in lower streets or in the slums district, as it's all plate mail, similar in style to those of the merchant guard. Roll me a perception check.
Right.
As you approach one of the bell ringers, who's spewing out something of a proclamation from the court that the Dirk Town is to be revitalized, rebuilt, new promises of work for all. But the guard itself, as you get closer, does appear to be merchant guard armor, just with any emblems and sigils filed off, removed, and a rather haphazard layer of mud, just almost as if someone's got a bucket and threw it over them to, in a vain attempt to blend in.
Mm-hmm. So they have like the whole not a cop effect going on.
Pretty much, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right. Well, Dorian will let them toll on and continue towards the office.
All right. As you make your way towards the Lower Streets Administration office, there would be a small gang of roughly 20 to 30 individuals, all with usual weapons on display, daggers, a few short swords, clubs, who are gathered around a small, almost burnt out pyre now. As you approach, one of the leaders of this gang turns around, sees you all, and offers a hasty but not exactly a refined bow. Oh, Governor, it's been good to see you, sire. It's good to see you. Word had been passed down that some of these white masked people needed to be removed, and well, I'm happy to report, sire, that we managed to catch about 20 of the filth.
Quite a bit more than I was expecting to have remaining here. Good work.
As you glance at...
He's going
So
to
go on.
look at the pyre and see if it's actual Doctor or if it's just people with white masks.
As you glance over some of the burning bodies, 3 to 4 of them appear to have the writhing white plague masks of the Doctor and a few of the scattered long coats. The rest are individuals who you would probably see a white hat, a long trench coat, possibly a little overzealous in their hunt for the Doctore. Well, that's me. 20 of them, sir. I mean, I believe it was a good share of the old coin for killing. We hunted them through the streets, down the alleys, and some of them even into the sewers, my lord. Yeah. Well, we got them all. At that, numerous pairs of eyes, all expectant for pay, turn towards you, Dorian.
Yes. And let's see. So he's just gonna roughly count over the bodies, and so you made sure that they had the masks, yes, not just coats and wearing some article of white on them.
Hold.
And he's gonna start. He's gonna fish into his purse anyway.
The group starts to look at each other, and from the back you would hear, well, one of them had a white mask on, and and that one had the long coat. But I mean, was it face paint or was it the one who the leader of them? Yes, my lord. They were always white masks and long coats. We think.
So Dorian's gonna step up to the pyre, and he's gonna reach in and grab a hold of one of the Doctori masks that he can actually physically see.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna just pull it out of the fire and hold it up. Like this. This is what you're looking for. Anything else doesn't matter. Just this. He's gonna make sure that everybody here can see that.
Everyone starts nodding, and then you just hear one voice from the back. Oh yeah, there was only 3 of them.
Mm-hmm. I respect your ardor in this. However, this is what you're looking for. And he's going to just make sure that everybody sees it.
The gathered crowd starts to nod vigorously.
And so he's going to take the mask and toss it back into the fire, and he's going to fish out 20 silver coins and shell them out to the crowd of the people doing this.
Yeah.
Going forward, the mask, it's coins per mask, the bounty that went out. Good work. Be on the lookout.
Right, so it's pointed masks, sire. Pointed masks, white pointed masks. Don't worry, if we find any more of the freaks in those things, we'll bring the heads to the town hall, sir. We'll bring the heads to the town hall.
Well, try to take the masks off. If you can't, then it's not just white masks. It's this specific design.
Pointy white masks, sir. Understood.
Closer. But
pointy white mask with beady black eyes, sir.
Spread the word that tell them to take them off, and if they don't take them off, then do what you have to do.
There's a ripple of nods from the crowd.
Yeah, we'll refine the hunting party down a little bit, and he'll give the coins out. I'm expecting he's not really concerned whether or not they fight over them or whatever happens to it after that. And he's gonna continue on towards the office after that.
All right. Leaving the core of various townsfolk and gangs vying for the silver coins that you've offered, you step into the administrative office. Here, any sign that the Doctore here has been expunged, completely removed. There's a few remaining servants and administrative workers, but nothing compared to when the Doctore and the Merchant Guild were here. It seems almost that perhaps half of the staff that was in this place may have had ties to one of these groups, and due to recent events, they've turned tail and run. So you are left in this hall with only a handful of people, Dorian.
All right. Is there like a what I'm picturing is when you go into one of these types of buildings, there'll be like a placard with like a like a room number and everything like that.
Yep.
So he's just gonna look by the door to see if there's anything like that nearby.
I mean, is there anything in particular you're wanting, like a particular room, or?
Yeah, see if there's a listing for the governor, or if there isn't.
Oh,
Like, you
okay,
know,
yeah, I understand now. So usually there would be, but it seems that all of the nameplates for the rooms have been stripped, removed, taken down. As if those who were backing Moretti has stepped away, and the Sandoval name is also no longer here.
All right. So Dorian is going to look at the plate with where his office would be, and he's going to take that and then slide it into the slot for where the governor's office is.
Roll me a perception check. As you do this and slide the plate in, a familiar voice rings out behind you, and you hear what sounds like something as like fabric being ruffled, as the air being displaced, as something materializes behind you. And this voice just rings out, "Well, that's rather fitting, Governor Dorian."
Well, if anyone has any issue that they can take it up, but I think that in this dire time, a unified direction is needed.
You are absolutely right. Now, I was expecting some of you to come and at least pay me a visit. Locating items is quite an expensive spell, I will have you know. And she just points a finger towards the... Do you wear the House Vulpescu pin openly at all?
It is on the breast of his jacket.
Yeah. So she would just point a finger towards the Vulpescu pin. And since you were the only one out and about at this present moment, thought I'd come pay a visit.
Well, I'm gonna have to clean this up. The streets are already ringing with news of the Dirktown slums being no more. Seems that the Morettis have wasted no time.
Yes, now, about that, and she motions a hand towards the governor's office. May I step into your humble abode, O Governor?
Humble indeed. After you, and he's going to walk up and open the door for her.
Dame Cordeia offers a courteous bow of the head before stepping into the room, slinking over to one of the chairs behind the desk and slides in. Crosses a leg over one knee, hands poised on the table. And she casts a quick glance around. Well, the heart of a new empire, perhaps, hmm?
I believe Empire would be a bit ambitious for this, but who knows? This is just a place. It could change. Another building could rise. We'll see. Everything's changing right now.
That it is, and things have changed. I am here just for one reason, and one reason only. To tell you that, with regards to Viscount Sandoval, leave the matter of locating him to our house. We've got a lead, and we will smoke the rat out ourselves. I believe Lady Vulpescu wishes to have a personal word. But I do have a question. Rare it is for people to up and disappear, 5 in fact, in front of my very eyes. What was all that about, Dorian?
Magic stuff, huh? And,
Magic stuff. When I can see the souls of the dead before my very eyes up and walking to only be snuffed out in an instant, that is more than just magic stuff.
I'm not exactly educated on the workings. I just know how to make certain things happen. But this is backlash or consequences.
She leans forward over the desk toward you, Dorian. And that is exactly why we are having this conversation. Others who know things could spin webs or distort facts. Those who don't know the facts in the first place are the ideal and best place to get this information. And considering our new working relationship, I think it's only fair that you tell me exactly what happened.
One of our people was doing something that they were, again, a bit ambitious with, and the backlash was enough to draw us elsewhere for a time. And I have no desire to see that again. Not that it was particularly bad, just boring, and it gets in the way of productivity.
Cordelia leans back in the chair, crosses her arms, arches her brow, and silently nods. Very well. Very well. That will have to be passed on to Lady Vulpescu, but in the meantime, is there anything else that you require here for bringing some form of order to this pigsty, this, no offense to you and yours, but this shithole?
No offense taken, and it's accurate. There's... Believe it or not, this is better than it was once, and I will be better yet still. And, you've done enough. In the coming days, we'll shape it as we must, and workers will no doubt surge northwards for the rebuilding efforts, and we will stabilize. Who knows, perhaps even the outer shell of Novostoya will be glistening, though surely not as brightly as the core. There's so many things to be done, really.
As always, so many things to do and so little time to do it in. But if there is anything you do require, you let me know, and they will be provided, be it soldiers for the streets, if you will it, or funds for various projects. I have been given authority by the lady herself to offer whatever aid you require.
Well, I shall go through the proper channels if that's needed. However, just now, I'm still licking my wounds, and I'll get these people in the offices sorted, and once everything is back in order, we will figure out what needs to be done besides just the building in what used to be Dirt Town.
Don't worry about the costs incurred for rebuilding Dirktown. It seems that Lady Volpescu, along with Grand Duke Koshevek, are more than happy to foot the bill. In fact, the lady herself said that turning it into a war dock for the future naval fleet was an inspired idea. And the Grand Duke, well, she leans forward again, a sly smirk. Look forward to the masquerade, Dorian. I'm sure there will be a reward from the Grand Duke himself for your efforts in removing a problem and creating a solution.
Hopefully most involved were quite pleased with the outcome, and regarding the Sandoval, I need to check with Cypher, but I might have a lead on that as well. Because he's thinking about the fact that Cypher has a string of heads that were vampires in a bubbling vat of acid.
I'd forgotten about that.
I hadn't.
Yeah, no, that's something that Dorian's been thinking about, because if they start to, like, reintegrate enough that we can tell who they are, then, you know, it's like, Anyhow. Well, thank you for gracing me with your presence here in our quaint office. And I'm sure that, at least for the outer environs of Nova Stoya, this is the beginning of a bright new future.
Dame Cordelia slowly nods and then extends a hand over the table towards you, Dorian.
He'll take her hand. And, is it like, does she have palm down kind of hand, or like a handshake kind of thing?
It's a handshake.
Then he'll shake her hand.
And before I depart, may I say that I was thoroughly impressed by everyone's martial abilities, your skill at arms. I understand now why all of you have been keeping a quiet presence. It's probably the best way to put it in this city. And I'm also of the understanding why Our Lady wished to have you under her wing as well.
Well, one of those common expressions, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, so best to not stick out too much, unless you're the hammer.
And that is where I agree. Well, Governor, I don't believe there'll be any more issues in, at least from outside interference in this place. And may I say, by the power vested in me by Lady Catalina Volpescu, congratulations on your de facto win.
Well, everyone else dropped out of the race.
She grins, nods. rises from behind the desk and begins to make her way to the door before glancing to the window, tilting her head to the side. And you just hear a brief mutter of, Seems you have a bird's nest above your window, Governor. As in the shadow from the moonlight, several feathers for but a brief moment seem to fall. But with that, Dame Cordeia looks towards you. If you have any parting words, Dorian.
He's going to just open the door and give her a little bow, and that's it. He'll let her go. And he's not back to full strength. He doesn't really want to get too lippy with anybody who isn't like semi-ancient vampire.
She takes a couple of courteous steps past you before you would see the shadows start to contort slightly as her form just vanishes.
And he'll go over to the window where this occurred, because he's just gonna look everything over and see if there's anything left.
No. No. There was nothing there. Who knew? So, with that, Dame Cordeia departing. Anything further you wish to do here, Dorian, now that you are governor of Lower Streets, Market Row, and the surrounding slum districts?
Well, he's going to just open up the door and he's going to just yell, "Pip!"
You hear the patter of footsteps as the small form of Pip charges up the stairs. Yes. I'm here, sire. I'm here, sire.
This is our office now.
It looks
Be a good lad and move everything over.
The page looks at the office, sees it's the governor's office, looks at the sign above the door, sees your name, looks back at you, jaw slack. Yes, Governor. Right away, Governor. And he'll immediately just set off at a bolt down the stairs towards your old office.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he gets up to with that. But so Dorian's gonna leave the door open and just walk out. He's just gonna look at everybody who happens to be in the office and make sure that he's making obvious that he sees them. It's their time to say anything if they want to, and that would probably be a really bad idea for them.
Yeah. As I say, again, there's roughly. In fact, I'll not even say. We'll go with a straight number. I'll say there are 7 remaining workers in the building who. You're short-staffed. Very short-staffed. Anyone who has ties to either the Merchants Guild or to House Sandoval or the Morbus Doctore, you get the impression they've fled, scurried away like rats, or have been pulled back by the Merchant Guild, since they gave you their word they wouldn't interfere anymore. Some of the old officers, if you take a minute to glance around, have been cleaned out. Any piece of parchments, tomes that may have been incriminating have been seconded away, and basically leaving you with 7 individuals and Pip who have no idea what the hell's just gone on. They just stamp forms and do what they're told, basically.
That's good. Well, that means that there's room for growth, that's all.
Absolutely.
But that's a problem for tomorrow. So Dorian will leave the door open so Pip can get in and out. Not that it would have been locked anyways.
Yeah.
And he's just going to look everything over, because this was a fallback location after, the other place was destroyed. So he starts thinking about the future and where things will lie. But yeah, he's just going to mosey his way through lower streets and up through Market Row and everything, and just watch stuff. And that's what he's gonna be doing for the day.
Okay. Just taking some downtime to survey, plot, scheme, and...
He's gonna spend at least an hour standing across the street from the clinic, glowering as he usually does before he moves on.
Excellent. All right, so with Dorian having a day out to survey and stare at the pious pauper, Vanya. What have you been up to?
Well, she's got a few things on her mind, but first thing is to get her frog back. So she has headed to the society. She's going to use the portal, though.
Okay. So, in the... Where am I looking? In the lower parts of the Undercroft. Into the throne room. So, in the Undercroft, Vanya, did you set off before Cypher and Reza went in to see Garrett?
Yes, because, like, as soon as she dropped Cypher on the floor, like, she was bolting.
Okay.
No time wasted.
Excellent. So, as Reza and Cypher were having their conversation in the confines of the Undercroft, you made your way into the throne room. Probably saw Garrett for a brief moment, churning away at the various barrels of alcohol and bloodshot. Any words you wish to say whilst you're moseying through the Undercroft?
She'll just kind of wave at him, kind of a hi bye. I'm doing something. I'll talk to you later.
All right. You step up. Okay, Garrett, any response to this?
I'll just nod. And then as soon as the back's turned, I'll have a look of, thank God for that. on his face.
That's what I was going to say. I'm doing him a favor.
So, as you make your way up to the large root of Elias, the portal's not constantly open. He seems to secure it deep in the ground just on the off chance. But with a brief conversation of... In fact, how would you request Elias to show the portal, Vanya?
There's going to be a little bit of desperation in her voice. But, you know, she knows where the portal comes out, so she's going to kind of lean down and just caress it, just back and forth, and say, I'm desperate, Elias. I'm very desperate. I'm missing something that's very important to me, and I need you to help me. Please open the portal so I can go see the society. And just ever so gently, just rubbing the area.
The root starts to extend out of the ground, and Elias, the bark starts to peel back, revealing this glowing green portal. There's a few creaks from the wood. But your way's not barred.
She's gonna hesitantly kind of step through, because the last time that she went through the portal, I believe, was that time that she got badly injured because the portal did not open into the main area. But she knows that it's supposed to open into the main area, but she's still cautious going through it.
Your eyes flash green for a brief moment before stepping out of the portal on the other side into the main chamber of the society. You're greeted by the ever-burning lanterns that line the edge of the circular chamber, the stone table and chairs off to one side vacant, and the several doors that align to each of the members of the society arrayed before you. Where are you off to?
She's headed towards the back, where Cypher had told her where to go.
To the coroner's chamber.
Yep, to the coroner's
Alright.
chamber, where she is... She's very cautious now that she's in here. She's learned that confidence doesn't get you everything. So she will be very respectful and knock on the door.
Okay. You rap on the heavy door and it slowly begins to creak open, revealing the long chamber belonging to the coroner. At the far end of the room, the coroner's already started to make his way towards you, which is rare. Every time you've seen him, he's always had his back turned, looking over a book, but now he is... but he's not walking, it's almost like he's striding towards you. The skin that's pulled against his features seems to be almost in a bit of a scowl.
She's gonna kind of look a little panicked, and she's gonna try to find the first chair that's closest to her and sit.
As he makes his way over.
What did he do?
Assuming that she thinks that he already knows what she's gonna ask. Well, I'm assuming he followed me where I had went, and now he's stuck.
That's not what he meant. No, great.
The coroner just looks at you, blinks. Any aggression that was there just seems to bleed out of his body as he pulls the other chair back and lowers himself down into it.
No. No. Cypher did something to anger the lady of the
You?
chamber.
Oh, well, you know, I'm early, so I got time to talk about this. Yes, that's what it seemed.
I was drawn into the Shadowfell to be chastised by the chirurgeon for, what was it? Not guiding him in his actions. What did he do?
Well, I just was there. I was there too. I'm assuming he had.
So
some
this is
kind of
also your
project
fault.
Juts a bony finger over the table towards you.
I don't see how, because I have no idea what he was working on, but I'm assuming he had a project that failed.
Not
is-
failed.
Is what I'm thinking. Well, I mean, I'm assuming he looked a little glum afterwards.
Oh, he looked glum, did he? He'll be even more
Ron is
glum
like, not
shortly.
giving too much. Do what? Now, I'm sorry.
He'll be even more glum shortly. Now what do you want? Why are you here?
Oh, well, I don't want him to be really sad. Should I tell him something before he heads here, you know, to just kind of prepare? I want him to have hope. I want him to think, you know, eventually my projects will work. I will be a success.
I know something better. I'll come with you.
Okay, but before we do that, because that's gonna kind of throw a wrench in what I'm
Coroner's
here
already
for.
standing up, and you just see his hands start to twirl in the spell before he looks to you.
Yes.
Cause I'm here early, and here's whatever was happening. I have something that's very, very important to me that is lost in the Shadowfeld right now. And you know, the reason why I sat down was I was kind of waiting for the thing to catch up. I'm thinking about calling it Shadow Leaper now. Because it's got to catch up with me, and I need it back, and I don't know how to get it back. It's gonna be here, but if we go back, then it's gonna take it even longer to get back because it's following me. So if we just kind of wait maybe 15-20 minutes, and then you can grab it for me. It's this beautiful toad. It's my frog, really. It's like emerald green. It's got these beautiful big eyes when they stare at you.
And
Is that could you help
wait.
me?
So this frog, this pet of yours, it is in the Shadowfell.
And it's following me. It misses me.
The coroner tilts his head to the side slightly, a complete bemused look on his face, just not entirely certain what's gone off, before he reaches over towards you, Vanya, grips hold of your upper arm.
Ooh.
And all of a sudden, the world changes. Back you are drawn, as if this time it's not a pleasant sensation like the first time you were there, or with Cypher with it being in and out. This is something much more forceful, just ripping you into another place of existence, as the coroner plane shifts both himself and you into the Shadow Realm.
Vanya's gonna be like a little like uneasy, kind of dizzy, because it was just a little bit more harsh, and she's just kind of like holding on to the corner as he's holding on to her too, and just kind of like wobbling.
As your world turns to this muffled world of black and white, the coroner turns to you, and in your mind you just hear him say,
Think of what you seek.
Well, you know, I seek hope to inspire the world to change. Oh,
You
the frog,
you fool.
the Shadow Leaper. Okay. Frog. She's like closed her eyes and has her hands over, has like one hand, because she's still, I guess, being grasped by him.
uh-huh.
One hand over her eyes and saying, frog.
Coroner closes his eyes for a moment, nods,
I see.
and then for a brief moment you feel another pull as you are then drawn again. With a white flicker in your eye, you seem to be now in the streets of lower streets, but this time in this world of black and white.
She's gonna catch her balance from being disoriented, and she's gonna look around with hope in her eyes to see if she sees her frog.
There seems to be a parade of souls just making their way down the streets. All of them part as they get within 40 to 50 feet of the coroner and seem to go around you all, or around both of you, like almost as if it was a roadblock. And this parade of souls seems to be heading in the direction of coin flow deeper into the city. But leaping on the cobbles is your toad.
She's gonna like grasp the coroner's arm and go, "There he is! What do I
Good.
do?"
Pick it up.
And she's gonna pick the frog up. What now?
Is that all you wished?
Well, I mean, if you could give me the hope and the changing of the world too, like that's another thing that I hope. But I was just needing the frog out of the Shadowfell. But if you can give me that,
The world goes white again as you are like whiplash, and this time you're in a familiar chamber. You were here with Cypher earlier.
we're in. Oh,
You're in the Undercroft, in the Shadowfell, and there. You know what's coming, don't you, Cypher? Who's in the throne room at the minute?
I am. I get to watch. I'm so excited.
I am as well.
Oh no. There is in the Thorn Room, Garrett, you're sat chilling around, or whatever you're up to. Cypher on the chaise lounge, Reza you on the chair, Garrett tending to the blood, the Court's Reserve bloodshot. In the centre of the room, Cypher, I need you to roll me an Arcana check.
Oh, it's really good as well.
It's really good. You feel, again, you feel something immediately starting to break through the barrier between the material plane and the Shadowfell. It's a quick sensation of, oh shit, something bad's coming. You've got 3 or 4 seconds at max. As what from your eyes, Cypher, it would almost look like the world itself just being torn open, and this black, what starts as a black crack, then starts to pierce white light out as the boundary between the material plane and the Shadowfell is just forcefully twisted, contorted, and torn asunder.
Does he recognize the magical presence coming through?
On a 26, probably, I would say, yeah, sure.
In which case, I'm paralyzed. I'm not crawling away. I can't go anywhere. So I'm just going to sit patiently there with a cat in my lap and just go, well.
And it's at that moment where Garrett and Reza, you would just see in front of you, just step out of this, almost out of thin air, but with a loud boom that rattles the lower chamber. The coroner and Vanya.
That's unexpected.
Simba's going to look at her.
is it?
You fool!
Coroner.
And then on top of that,
Go on,
on top
Vanya.
of that, you're gonna hear go, "I got my frog."
You utter, complete imbecile.
And with his staff, the coroner's just going, in fact, yeah, why not? Why not? In fact, I'm not going to give him a staff. Yeah, we just class it as a normal quarter staff for now. Boom. He brings his staff down straight into your midsection, Cypher. I think that's a
It's a
hit.
little uncalled for.
uncalled for. Do you understand the censuring I received? 2 full days in the Shadowfell, drawn by the chirurgeon for your foolish mistakes.
He hits you again.
Could you stop hitting me with the stick?
For those curious about Elias can't move. You would see a few roots in the ceiling starting almost trembling as if trying to force their way into this room, but there is something holding them back. The fact that when I find what I'm looking for, the coroner is an ancient entity of unknown power. Oh, I had a thing for this. I'll find it later. But yeah, so in a nutshell though, the reason Elias hasn't sprung into action, it can't. It's been actively repelled. Garrett, you would see Elias' roots just trying to swirl round, trying to get in from various angles into this, into the room, but there is just something about the coroner's presence here stopping it. And it would be something you've... Roll me an insight check, Garrett.
Righty ho.
You've never seen the coroner in the botanist's chambers. Ever.
And at this point, I'd be trying to calm Elias anyway, speaking to him in Druidic.
Roll me a nature check, Garrett. Because the fact this incredibly powerful entity's just basically walked in through the air, Elias being a protector, the awakened tree would just constantly be trying to get to. Thank you, Vexin. Thank you. Would constantly be trying to get to him, but yeah, you would be able to calm Elias down in no time at all.
Mm-hmm.
With that though, Cypher, you get poked by the end of the coroner's staff.
What say you?
Well, in my defense, you didn't tell me what she does, and now I know.
You stepped into her chamber. Are you not aware of the power that she contains? That would have been more than enough.
Well, in my defense, I
Bonk.
didn't want to...
Yes, get tapped on the head by the staff.
Couldn't just let them all go now, could I?
The coroner will start looking around for a chair in the undercroft, and he'll look at you, Reza. Which
She does a small wave.
I would probably say, as the coroner entered the room, the chair that you were on probably dropped to the ground. Because that chair was made from Elias's roots.
That's fair.
Vanya's gonna pipe up. Oh, forgive her. And she's gonna say, well, in Cypher's defense, they were all gonna perish anyways.
Perish, yes. But the souls, how many were there? 1, 2,000.
More like 10.
That was a city.
The coroner's eyes go wide.
Oh. 10,000. wouldn't understand, well, why she was rattled.
In my defense, I did have them all tethered and coming towards me. I would have had them all.
Shall we move this discussion somewhere a little bit more comfortable? If not just for us, then for Elias as well.
Elias, oh.
The coroner looks up at the ceiling, nods.
That was why the botanist came. Interesting.
Just go distract him.
Come, let's go to the circle.
Reza will gently pick up Cypher as part of the effort to move. And the cats will follow her.
You make your way out of the throne room into the Undercroft and then over the small junction towards the Shadowed Circle. Here as you step in the Shadowed Circle, followed by the coroner. In the corner, you immediately see Scarny looks from his corner as he's got a book, offers a nod towards you, Garrett, and then Reza Cypher, and then catches a glimpse of the coroner, and you just hear the shing as he draws the cleaver.
There is something evil behind you.
Scarn shoots up and starts to make his way over at a sprint.
No,
Scarn, stop!
He's a friend, Scarn.
he's a known associate.
But, evil. I feel it. Cold.
He's the only person I know, Scarn, that reads more books than you do.
As the coroner steps in, looks around the Shadowed Circle.
This is a quaint place and a dragonborn. Oh.
Starts shuffling his way over to Scarn, who's really tense at the minute, as the coroner just begins to eye him up and down.
More dragon than others. Interesting. Garrett, you have collected quite the interesting things here.
He'll look towards you, Cypher. Shuffle back over, hit you with the stick again.
Why did you not tell me that there are interesting things? You never invited me over.
Yes, I did. And you said you'd be over as soon as you finished translating your book.
Don't lie to me. Where do I sit?
And I just want to note that I let you come over here with me just now.
Yes, I'm sure you teleported you both through the Shadowfell straight to our fucking chamber without any worries, Vanya. Well done.
Are you mad at me?
Coroner will just
No.
shuffle past you, Vanya, pat you on the head.
Oh my god, you got blessed by the coroner.
I got my frog, Cypher.
I just want to throw out that the cats are absolutely in love with the coroner. Like, he
course they
is
are.
their people. And they are like winding amongst his legs, and if he sits down, there will be 2 cats on his lap.
He sits down. The cats jump on his lap. He just starts stroking them. Completely blasé. Just,
Where's the other one?
Dorian?
Yes.
That's a good question. Probably at the governor's office. It is opening hours, and I guess he is technically in charge.
I also got a word in my ear about that thing being broken loose by her.
That wasn't my fault.
Are you wanting to be back for this, Dorian, or are you happy elsewhere?
How long has it been? Like a couple hours?
It would have been, because they had to pop through the Shadowfell, and Vanny had to get over. So at this point, it would have been a fair few hours.
He might have wandered back then.
All right. So with that, yeah, if you want to return at this point, you step through the door to the Shadowed Circle. You see Skarn with cleaver drawn, axe in hand, resting against the bar. Cypher, where are you sat?
Wherever I've been put, honestly.
Where's he been put?
Wherever the coroner sat down, Reza probably placed him across the table from or wherever he not there. Not there.
You then got Garrett, Vanya, and Reza also sat around, and of course the visage of the coroner sat in the Shadowed Circle.
Perfect timing. Come.
He waves a desiccated finger towards you, Dorian, and points towards the table.
Dorian will stroll over and pull up a chair and just sit down. Nice to see you too.
So, angering that you're urging. Not the most smartest of moves, and I'm surprised that she permitted you existence.
And she looks towards you. He looks towards you, Dorian, as he says this.
Maybe her power isn't as much as it used to be in that particular sphere, and she was already taxed with other things.
Maybe you are all aware now of what she is, yes?
Not by name. But moderately terrifying? Yes, I did pick up on that.
Dorian takes his hands and puts them over each other like a bat, and flaps like a seraph for anybody who does just. He says it to the table for anybody who hasn't picked up.
Ark, Seraph. One of the last remaining stewards. I dare not say the name of the god that she...
And Colonel will start to look around, and you know the names of gods, things that are long gone and should remain gone.
But the being she served, she is the last steward. One of death, life, rebirth, reincarnation. The thing that associate of mine, shattered many years ago.
Yes, she said not again.
So, if you're looking for souls to devour, fuel, that many, no, not here. Stupid, foolish.
That I know now, yes. Thank you for the heads up.
You're welcome.
just have to gobble them up one by one. Cast a net too large and draws too much attention from the holiest of holier than thous.
Dorian, though, one by one, that seems very tedious. Is there not like a max number?
Yes,
No, you'll have to
10,000.
go and get you'll have to go and get her ledgers and see what she permits. Then just like no, Vanya. There's no acceptable number of souls to be reaped in the eyes of a being that sees this as the most reprehensible thing there is.
Just doesn't seem very efficient to do it one by one. I'm just thinking of like how I perceive impact and by mass numbers. I don't know anything about absorbing souls, but one by one.
Think of it this way: when you're hungry, how much do you eat?
Well, I mean, okay, I get where you're going, but in context, I don't eat rice one granular at a time. I eat a spoonful.
But that's one bite.
That's one bite, but that is multiple granules, so you don't want to
So you have
overfill
one
your
meal.
spoon.
And then you move on to another meal and to another meal.
During
don't
that conversation,
Eat an entire year's worth of food at once.
Reza is just staring at the corner, like trying to put two and two together.
Mm-hmm.
And then she just kind of blurts out, "What's a creature like you doing working with an arch-seraph?"
Roll me a persuasion check, Reza.
Okay. Do I get advantage because he's got cats on his lap?
No.
I'm going to walk over and just tap you on the shoulder and say, "Good question," and cast guidance.
Oh,
That's a 1d4, right?
Yeah. Because I want to know.
Okay, 14.
Ask the question again. What was it? What were the words you used?
What's a creature like you doing working with an arch-seraph?
The coroner remains silent for almost an uncomfortable amount of time, to the point where it's almost that moment where it's like, well, he's just going to not answer this question.
Reza is expecting to be smited.
But his jaw does start to lower slightly as he nods.
Penance for a mistake I made eons ago.
A mistake similar to Cypher's, but on a grander scale.
He nods once, slowly, tersely, briefly.
Right, okay. Cypher, did you realize how serious of a situation this was?
Oh yeah, I'm quite aware. Yes, yes. Thank you for that.
Why did... Never mind, I'll be quiet.
So, I have the word,
Looks towards you, Dorian.
the permit
A permit.
for the souls gathered, on the condition that the cycle is one day returned, the wheel remade.
Oh, is that all?
I don't get it. What's a wheel? What cycle? Bad
cycle
timing?
No, it's a good question. The cycle, referring to the cycle of life and death. You're born, you die.
You become undead.
No.
No?
Definitely not part of the cycle.
It's not.
No.
It happens a lot, though.
Now it does.
Oh, is it because the cycle's broken?
Correct.
Oh, I get it now. Okay, sorry, keep going. I'm just sorry.
Yes. Life, death, rebirth. The unending cycle of a soul is passage through the universe. Or universes, I guess.
Through the various planes, yes. Now, many thousands of years ago, that cycle was broken. The gods died and, well, I attempted to fix things. They did not go as expected, and now I am to spend an eternity attempting to fix something for the Chirurgeon. So, that brings us to you.
He points towards you, Cypher.
Power. You wish to gain more. This city off limits. Would have told you this sooner, but not ready. Nor was I anticipating that you would attempt to.
He motions a hand in the odd direction of Dirktown.
Elsewhere.
More a happy accident than I actually planned, but
Happy accident says you cannot walk.
No.
Fool.
it's not why it happened at all. I fell. Aha.
Arches a brow. And
That's actually true. We all forgot to carry him down.
Is it just the bone that is now broken?
Yes, it'll be fine. And
Holy shit.
oh my god.
Walk.
Cypher gets up and walks around.
It's a miracle.
Sit. Now,
Well, okay, so you just came here to chastise me and then show off?
no, you fool, I'm here to give you advice.
Oh.
Another incident like that would, well, manifesting herself like that has cut several hundred years off. To her, each show of power.
Coroner cuts himself off for a moment.
Elsewhere you will need to go. Battlefields of old. In the Shadowfell. There. Foes who battle for an eternity. Souls damned to forever fight and engage in combat. Places on the outsides of the city. That is where you will find your source of power.
Reza raises her hand like she has a question.
He nods.
How far outside the city are we talking? Like it's like Carthold and Malmstown. Like, are they still considered part of the city, or are they part of the outside of the city concept as far as her domain?
Further afield. Think the mountains that separate Astoria from Barak. There, countless battles have been fought over the ages. Tens of thousands dead. Souls locked in eternal struggles.
Reza's gonna whisper to Cypher, "Field trip."
Oh yes, we'll just go for a casual stroll in the Shadowfell.
Wait, it's in. No, I thought we just had to go. Never mind. We can talk later. Let's just.
And then turn towards you, Dorian.
As for you, my infernal little friend, what's your goal? You have already drawn the ire of the steward. You intend to do so further.
I estimate that anything that can be done would draw her ire unless it's to her ends. But it's not as though I was trying to reach into the cookie jar the way that some others were.
Wow, okay.
Just incidental. And there's plenty to do here in lower streets, and I think that in the days to come, the area around the society would be much more stable and devoid of prying eyes. Giving you plenty of anonymity in perpetuity as you have had.
Coroner cracks his jaw slightly to the side, loosen it up as he begins to nod.
I also have a command.
Points towards you, Cypher.
Due to your actions and my chastisement, things are a little awkward for me at the society. So, congratulations. I will be making myself at home in your sanctum.
Like a roommate.
I hope you have a big couch.
You two finished? Yes? Anybody else want to get some jabs in?
Well, maybe he can help you fix the obelisk while he's here.
All
yeah.
right.
Do you need like extra bedding, or is there
I don't think he
extra things
sleeps.
that you need?
Vanya, yeah, he doesn't sleep.
It will only
I'm
be
just
for a
trying to
short
be
while.
hospitable. Oh,
Just till he's back on his feet.
Also, what is a couch?
Like
if you
the-
would like to talk about it, I'm always here to lend a ear and some advice.
Well, I am talking about it. I'm asking what it is.
It's like a
no.
bench, but bigger with a
Oh,
back.
I was
and
talking
lots of
about
padding.
your emotions.
Yes, I will take one of those too.
Cypher looks at Vanya like, Vanya, what the fuck?
It's part of my program. Like if it works on him, like that just means it's like incredibly successful.
Do you have a couch lying around?
I'm not talking about a couch. I'm talking about
The coroner is.
life. Hope. I think we could probably find a couch somewhere. In one of our rooms. Like we could just take that from one of
Scan, could you go rustle up a couch somewhere, please?
the... There we go.
Scarn's still gripping his axe and cleaver tightly as he's watching this, just ready to go at a moment's notice.
Yes. You wish couch.
Yes.
Bone man staying. Yes.
Yes.
Are you sure this is a wise decision?
We have no choice except to be as hospitable as possible to our companion in their time of need.
Scarn will go find couch.
Lovely. Thank you, Scan.
Scarn, if Scarn was a cat, his hair would be stood on end right now. The coroner, though, he's sat on the chair, the two cats on his lap, and he's just glancing around the room.
What do you do here? What is the pit for? Fighting?
And
Got it in
betting.
one.
Betting?
Oh, I thought you said petting.
No, betting. Garrett, tell him about the odds. And Cypher does it and not towards Garrett like, yeah.
Gambling wagers on the outcome of the matches.
With this wagering, what currency or items favors what payment?
Silver, copper, gold even, with the right people. We don't tend to bargain favors here
No.
as much.
Coroner
Yes.
reaches into a pouch whilst you're talking, Garrett, and takes out a gold bar.
I wish to wager. What do we wager with?
I think we'll have to change that for something a little bit more manageable for the clients here. But you have two fighters. You pick the one you think will win. And if they win, you win. They lose, your money's gone.
The material goods,
Waves a dismissive hand.
but fights of willing fighters, not slaves or...
No, willing fighters, paid.
And this is entertainment.
Very much so. It's very popular in the city. Skarnar, Dragonborn, is the current champion.
I will come watch one of these spectacles whilst I am here, yes.
Just be aware that these fights are a public area, and someone that values his anonymity might want to do something about his appearance.
He just grunts as Waves waggles a finger at you, Garrett, and nods. Okay. He'll reach into his little satchel, bag of holding, and take out a monocle and put it on. And then turn towards you, Garrett. And as he puts this monocle on, the rest of you see basically a disguised self spell kick in as the coroner changes. His robes no longer the long, gaudy black robes that he wears, but more that of just a white satin priestly-esque attire. His skin fleshed out, quite full, the hair slicked back black. He just looks like a nondescript individual in a white robe. Except for you, Garrett. You see exactly what he is still. It just looks to you like he's just put a monocle on.
How is this?
It's a nice monocle.
The white might be a bit much.
What do you mean white? It's a monocle.
No, do you
No,
not
his
see-
robes.
Yeah,
I-
his robes.
I
I
don't
mean,
see any rope.
it's quite flattering with his skin tone, I think. He can pull it off.
But for here, though,
Fair.
What are you talking about?
It's disguise.
The disguise, yes.
What disguise? You put a monocle on.
Oh. Oh.
Coroner grins sheepishly.
One's of your disposition. See right through. You get many like.
And he points towards you, Garrett.
No, I believe I'm the only one.
Claps his hands together.
There. This will suffice.
And it's just my people that can see through it.
Hmm. Hmm. Or other individuals of great power.
Like, perhaps a representative of the court.
Great power. Not fledgling fools, such as those of the court.
Well, in that case, welcome to the Shadowed Circle.
With that, he takes the monocle off, reverting back to the desiccated husky was before.
I'm in your care for now. This is a interesting holiday, vacation. Yes, yes.
May I ask a question?
Hmm?
Vanya said you travelled through the Shadowfell to get here.
Yes.
Are you able to go to other realms?
It is possible, yes. But exact places, no. Unless I've been there before. And depending, astral plane, for example, would be problematic. Perhaps thrown into the chaos, the void of another beast, but
The Feywild?
difficult. Very difficult. Considering,
And he points towards you, Vanya, and starts clicking his fingers.
your book.
My helpful book.
Well, it's screaming with the souls of the dead. I can all hear
my
them.
tome. Yeah, that one. What about it?
He just stood there with this almost childlike grasping gesture.
I need it to
What?
borrow for a moment.
But it's my, are you gonna give it back? Are we like, are we sharing things now?
Vanya, please give
Oh.
him your...
And she's gonna hand him the book. But it's
take-
gonna be watching him.
He takes the forgotten tome in hand and begins to open it up, sees the blank pages, closes his eyes for a moment as if trying to recall exactly what this is before nodding. And in a dialect that is completely unknown to you, he begins to rattle off sentence after sentence, and you would see the faces on the book first look on in confusion, and then the book would glow. Those confused faces turn into faces of surprise. You would see 5, 6, 8, 10 different faces of the various mages who had bound to this tome just keep flickering in and out as if sketched on the page. The second spell's cast. The coroner continues murmuring, chanting in this ancient tongue, and the tome glows once again as a third spell is cast. Then, the voices from the tome begin to speak back to the coroner in the same language. And this conversation goes on for 2-3 minutes before eventually the coroner nods, slams the book closed, and passes the book back towards you, Vanya.
She takes it back and just kind of inspects it.
They have told me everything they know. In return, I have given them the gift of knowledge, understanding. They can speak pretty much every language on this world. Now, question. Fey Realm. Yes, I can get to the Fey Realm, but it will require a few things. One, either the blood, heart, or brain of a Fey denizen. Second, a connection, a plant, or something from the region you wish to go to. With those items, yes, I can open a gateway to the Fey realm, but it may not be where you wish it to be.
Understood.
I know very little of the realm of Fey apart from what the botanist has said, but she comes from a place known as the Summer World. Land. Cannot remember exactly, but... Court. Summer Court. Yes. Yes. She asked me once to take her there, but... we ended in...
It looks around for a moment.
An endless swamp. The ground was naught but quagmire and bog. And when you looked to the sky, you couldn't see where the bog ended and the sky began. So, answer to your question, yes, I can take you there. But to exactly where you want, probably not. Not
closer to home.
Yeah. Unless you get something of use, knowledge of a location or something as more. Maybe if I saw or been to a place, then I could do as I did in the Shadowfell, take us someplace and then teleport.
Could you look into my mind and see my memories?
Coroner shakes his head.
No. That is too much like nurse would be the one beneficial. The realm of dreams is not a place I wish to step foot in.
I will gather what you require.
Though perhaps seeing secondhand. But I know not a way to do that.
Did you say dreams?
Yes, the Dream Realm is not a place I wish to step foot in. Not personally.
Hmm. And she kind of winks at Garrett and then just sits back in her chair.
Thank you for the information. Once I've gathered what you require and found an answer to the destination, I will be in contact.
Granted, though, I do have a little problem.
Yes.
The chirurgeon is displeased. So, if you could quell some of her rage, I will see that as sufficient payment.
I'll do what I can. Even if I have to help out in her clinic for the next year.
I have an idea.
From the
Have a
likes
look
of
at the
you.
zoning paperwork.
Interesting.
Yeah, Dorian is just grinning.
Any other questions for the coroner or anything anyone wishes to
Yeah.
ask of him?
I've just thought of something terrible.
All right.
Now, I saw the effect you had on Elias. To gain access to the lower part of our home requires his assistant. How will that work with your presence?
I shall ask.
The coroner looks up to the ceiling and in perfect druidic, not with a hint of accent, almost as if this is spoken as if as if you've learnt a language from a textbook. So it's perfect, but it's very almost machine gun in its pronunciation, just very do 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 do. Hold. In Druidic, you would basically hear the words of incantation from the coroner.
I will be passing into your domain. I will bring no harm to you or those you protect, and in return you will do so none to me. Do I make myself clear?
There is a creaking from the branches as Elias responds in understanding as it fails a DC 24 wisdom saving throw from Dominate.
Jesus.
But yeah, you hear the back and forth between them, and it basically is just a straight up agreement of coroner won't. I mean, to the rest of you, it kind of sounds like the coroner just going.
I heard what he said.
Yeah. But yeah, with that, for now, Elias doesn't really have much say in the matter.
I'll talk.
Yeah, I mean this is a 7th level spell and does require concentration from the coroner. So he'll no doubt keep this on for a while until Elias is familiar with his presence and then drop. And I think I have shown it before, but just to make sure you're all aware, I'll throw this thing up again for the ancient entity. There we go. But yeah, with that, Coroner will spend the day having to concentrate and continually potentially have to cast Dominate again to keep Elias at bay. I'll turn to you, Garrett.
I will not cause any issue to your protector, but if my mind slips for a moment, I may have to bat away a few of his roots.
I will speak to him and produce for you a talisman like most of the people here wear as a reminder to him.
But fear not, I will not be here for too long. 20, 30 years probably at most.
20. Vanya looks around to see if anybody else heard that.
With a smile, Garrett says, a mere wink of an eye.
So,
He points towards Cypher.
show me to my room.
Cypher's gonna place his hand on the coroner's shoulder and a dimension door will both enter his chambers.
Smirk.
You just you'd hear a few words of just him.
Oh, this incantation is taking far too...
You get the other end.
You can quicken that by at least 2 more breaths if you need to.
Thank you, Master. Your critique, as always, is helpful.
So before we go back to Cypher and the coroner in the sanctum, the rest you 4 are left in the shadowed circle.
Reza is currently comforting 2 disgruntled cats who had their perch unceremoniously yoinked.
Yoinked from existence.
Yes.
Vanya's gonna get up and say, well, I guess this is a good time to exit. I have things to do. And she goes to walk out of the room. And so her plan is to make a trek to the Sanguine Academy to do some studying, but along the way, she's going to check on Jacqueline. So she bids adieu to everyone.
I want to expand on that a little more on both the Sanguine Academy stuff and Jacqueline. So are you happy holding off on the result for that till next session?
Yes.
Is that all right? Because Sanguine Academy, we've never been there before. Yeah, I want to build it out with you. See what cool stuff we've got
It's kind
there.
of important.
So if you're
It'll take her a
happy,
little bit to get there.
yeah. So if you're happy on holding that one for next session, because that's going to be more than an hour.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to see. A lot to explore.
And it's a fucking trek. Have you seen where the Sangwood Academy is?
Yes. That's why it's like,
Yeah.
it's going to take a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's basically what I want. Is explain and see how you get there. So for everyone who's on stream, we are currently here. Bing, 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 bing. And the Sanguine Academy is here. So that's quite the trek. Quite the trek indeed. That is... I can't even see it because...
A distance.
A distance. 8,300 feet in a straight line as the crow flies.
That'll take her like 2 hours.
So it's...
Well, you could go on boat too, it looks like. So.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of what I want to just to explore next week, Vanya, is because that'll be a case of going into coin flow, then towards Temple District to get a boat. To wherever you to where you want to go. It's gonna be a thing.
Nice, and she won't have to deal with whatever like unwanted roommate stuff going on for a while.
Is there going to be a return of the giant man-eating croc? I mean, there are a lot of water leapers. But granted,
Really well-fed water leapers.
Granted, they are really well fed at the minute after the Dirktown incident, which I need to do something with the map to remove Dirktown, which is this little section here. So in the grand scheme of things,
Dirty Great Crater.
big giant crater, yeah. All right. So. Garrett, Reza, Dorian, anything you wish to do before we go and troll Cypher some more?
No, I'm pretty good, thanks.
Just getting both barrels. Hey.
Oh, go ahead.
Dorian is just going because he's been thinking of things to do here, and between the coroner and Garrett there, he has an idea of something to do that might work out in his favor. So he's just making a list of things to try to get checked off and push here, like because he can't help but notice that like even if they do this war docks, it's still outside of the city wall.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they're going to build a second wall, which would be just like a massive amount of labor, and this wall is like so old that it's probably not going to happen. So he's drawing up plans for how to like try to basically generate labor from the south outside the wall, like people that need jobs and stuff, and boost the economy essentially. But he's coming up with convenient ways to try to do this, and also he's looking at what it would take to try to create more grounds for like around the Pariahs proper, and to get into like an actual create like a medical center, or try to do something there, because he has like longer reaching plans on that one for ways to try to deal with that. And that's what he's going to be doing.
What popped into my head when you said medical center was the Lamorna Trembath Memorial Hospital. Sorry.
Yeah, he's just trying to think of ways to potentially placate her for Garrett's sake through the coroner, and also subvert her, like, because she has like this little like clinic and it's very sequestered and cloistered, and it's like holy ground. So he's looking for ways to basically just kind of undo that under the guise of being helpful.
Yes, let's anger the Arch Seraph even more. Fuck it. I'm on board. We'll have to take a leaf out of the Left 4 Dead and call it the No Mercy Hospital. Lamorna Trembath's Memorial Hospital, aka No Mercy. All right.
Well, Reza. Oh, sorry.
No, go.
Reza is going to see if she can't help Cypher out by extracting him to help her with her errand, since he can walk now.
Oh yeah. Well, in fact, we'll do that. We'll do that. In that case, yeah. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to hold that off until you're back so we can spend a bit more time on it, Reza?
I mean, Cypher wants to palm off the coroner as quickly as possible because he's had a day of it.
Entirely up to you, folks. However you want to do this.
I'm down to start it because, yeah, there's going to be the initial handoff of the cat, but there will be more over time.
Cool. Okay. Good.
Because I think a part of this too is, yeah, there'll be more over time.
Okay. All right. In that case, then, we will just do a brief stint downstairs, as in the Sanctum Cypher, you bamf into existence. The coroner. Oh, when I find him. Coroner in tow, as he glances around the sanctum and nods.
This will suffice for now.
Has the coroner been here before, Cypher?
No, this is his first time here.
It is. He'll take a moment, though, glance at the obelisk, tut at the leaking soul energy from the crack.
Is far down. Familiar sensation.
He'll walk towards one of the old statues, place a hand on it. Roll me a perception check, Cypher. He mutters something under his breath, but you can't quite make out exactly what it is. Just the only word that you really pick up on would be home. As he turns back round to look at you and nods.
This will suffice for now. Any rules for your sanctum? As I have some in mine. And it is only expected that rules are to be followed in another sanctum.
Don't destroy my gargoyles, although they're technically Reza's gargoyles as well, and no channeling spells through the obelisk. That's a no-brainer. Other than that, the only things I have here are copies of your possessions. Sadly, I don't have your full collection yet. And he gestures to the reams of tomes that he's been copying from the corridor.
Things I have already read. This will not do. I shall be back in a while. There are a few belongings I will return with.
Until then, treat this as if it is your sanctum.
You don't even get a chance to finish your words as the coroner just seems to fade.
And Cypher's like, he could be gone fucking days. And he just turns around and leaves.
Yeah, so with you departing, who knows? Who knows with the coroner? But you're free to return back upstairs.
We just get back and plod around and look for everybody. Where's everybody's gone?
Cypher!
Oh God!
Cypher!
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was getting worried because I went down to your sanctum and nobody was there, and I thought he'd like atomized you or something.
No, he's gone back to get some items from home, making himself welcome.
Well, here's hoping he gets distracted by a book and doesn't come back.
Here's hoping he leaves something interesting behind when he goes home and forgets about it.
Right. Say, do you want to help me with that little errand?
Oh, right, I have a face again. Isn't that wonderful?
It is a very
And
good
fingers.
face. Yes, well done, you.
Yes, the only good thing to come out of today. But yes, by all means. Where are the cats?
Shit.
Let's go wrangle some cats then, shall we?
Uh-huh. Seeing as the new one is not smart at all, it's just sitting on the bar counter hoping it's not seen.
Big ginger stealth cat on the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you guys do you. I need to sort something out briefly. So, this is on you two to get where you need to go.
Oh, good. It didn't go far.
No, I don't think this one is... Well, it's designed to be more apt to stay in one place, let's just say.
Less independent than the original one. Smart.
Yes,
Smart.
very, very attached to people.
You going to bond it with your brother?
No, I don't think it needs a bonding for its functionality to work.
Fair enough. I was just thinking you could give him a kill switch and, a word of power. For another time. There's going to be enough happening without him teaching him magic. What am I thinking?
I'm going to extend him an invitation to come talk business at the Folly at some point. So maybe then, in more cloistered company?
Yes, once all of the emotions are out of the way.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you? Then why are you nervous?
I'm not nervous.
Then why are you wringing your hands? You have been since you came to meet me.
She quickly picks up the cat I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, I spend a lot of time watching people.
That's how I know you're dead.
Touche. Okay. Lead on.
So they will depart through not through the folly, but out the other exit of the shadow circle and head south-southwest towards Kartov.
Towards Kartov. Okay. As you make your way through the streets, you too would experience and hear the rumours on the street about the court burning down Dirktown, either due to Barak spies, a plague outbreak, or cult shenanigans from the Doctore folks. You'd see the town criers posted on the odd street corner with a merchant guild guard who doesn't want... It's trying their best not to appear to be a merchant guild guard, but it's obvious they are. And they just seem to be propagating that the court's got everything under control, Dirktown will be rebuilt. There was just bad things going on there. Just
Jobs for everyone.
trying to keep the peace and give reason to a fire that basically wiped out over 10,000 people. Because, as you can imagine, there would probably be questions with that many wardens.
No, nobody in the slums can count that high. They're fine.
Lots and lots and lots. But
Yeah.
yeah, nothing that impedes your journey as you make your way through lower streets and start heading on one of the southerly roads towards Kartov.
I imagine we'd remark upon it, though, because that's new.
Dear?
We've never had town criers in the slums before, have we?
No.
No. Yeah.
No.
I'll probably just remark on that, like, yes, very subtle. Why do we have coin flow guards? Clearly coin flow guards in our territory?
I'm not sure.
Might have to pass that one to Garrett.
He probably already knows somehow.
Dorian will probably have seen. He's been out today.
So how do you think one should go about saying, "Hi, yes, hello, I'm the sister you thought was dead"?
You're asking the wrong person, as the only family I have are you lot.
That's fair.
Start by apologizing, maybe?
For what? It's not my fault I died.
That's fair enough, but you also... How long have you been dead?
That's fair.
See, they've already mourned your passing.
Gave me a tombstone and everything.
That doesn't make it better, Reza. That doesn't make it better at all.
Do I have anything on my face? Am I at least clean?
Spotless.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
The cobbled
Yes,
streets start to turn slightly more mushy as you reach the outer villages. Still cobbled, of course, but every now and again some of the stonework has been worn away by the odd errant cart that's dislodged a few stones, or perhaps some stones stolen to repair buildings or walls in the village. But Kartov is still the same sleepy little outside village that you're familiar with now. Various goods are being moved from house to house. Mostly things such as mushrooms or root vegetables, turnips. Rutabaga, is it?
Rutabaga.
Rutabaga,
Why?
there we go.
Why?
Just to trigger you.
Do you hate me that much?
So, I'm now going to kick out of that. Until eventually you reach the crossroad at the center of Kartov. Here, on one side of the crossroads is a small little tavern, an inn, a wooden deck out front that looks out over the crossroads, and on the opposite side is a larger-ish establishment. That's the blacksmith. Two-story house with a large lean-to off the side with an outside forge, anvil. At this time of day, after, I would say at this point, it's probably mid-afternoonish, 3-4 p.m. There is no sound coming from the anvil. But lanterns have been lit inside the attached house to the blacksmith.
You know, for some reason I thought he'd just be like outside and I could just walk up and say, hello. But what do I do? He's not outside. Do I knock on the door?
Would you like me to knock on the door and see if he come out?
Yes, please. Thank you, Cypher.
Cypher will go to the front door and knock on the door.
You knock on the door, you hear a few voices behind the wooden door and footsteps start to approach. The sound of 3 heavy-duty locks clank open as the door opens 3 or 4 inches and the face of a woman pokes round. Yes, hello?
Hello there. My name is Cypher. Is the blacksmith home?
Terribly sorry. We are closed for the day. Few orders recently. Tomorrow would probably be better.
Ah, yes. But there's someone here that needs to see him.
Persuasion or intimidation?
Persuasion. Bearing in mind, Cypher's dressed finely.
Yeah. Yeah, which is... She looks through the door towards you and... He's not in any trouble, I hope, is he?
Oh, no. I can assure you he's definitely not in trouble. This is actually something that your husband...
Yes.
Yes, your husband will, I'm sure, remember for the rest of his life.
She side-eyes you for a moment at that before leaning back in. Closing the door, you hear one of the locks clunk back in as the Damien begins to ring out. After a short while, heavier footsteps start approaching the door and again clunk, the lock opens. This time, a slightly more rugged individual answers the door, swings it wide open, stood there. He's got a blacksmith hammer that is now hung on his belt with his hand on top of it, giving the impression he's literally just grabbed it as a precaution as answering the door. Good afternoon. May I help you, sir? Sire?
No need for the sire. We're practically brothers. And it is going to turn around, look at Reza, and go, I got the likeness spot on.
She is kind of hiding around the corner of the forge, so she's not there when Cypher turns around.
Reza.
From the darkness, she feels a shove in her back.
yeah, actually.
The DM from
Helpful.
Garrett. Yeah, the DM
Go
I got.
on.
The DM I got from Garrett was Garrett is following at a safe distance.
Oh, is he?
You didn't look up.
Oh.
Flap.
Reza sees me. Yeah, all right, I'm fine.
Reza is, let's see, he looks towards you, Cypher, at that mention of that name, and continues to glance around, not seeing you, Reza, considering you're hiding behind the forge.
So Reza will just, when she gets shoved by Garrett, she just takes a moment, gathers herself, takes a deep breath, even though she doesn't have to. And walks...
Razor Blackthorn, get out here and stop making me look like a fool.
Terribly sorry, the cat ran off, and she walks out holding the cat under her arm with her hood down, face plainly visible.
It's been a long time.
Hello, Damien?
Damien turns to look at you, Reza, and arches a brow at the voice. Looks over you. Hello. Have we've met before?
I am the Reza that sent the little boy Desmond to you.
I've not seen Desmond for quite some time. And he looks towards you, Reza, eyes burning almost into yours. How is the little lad?
All grown up, if you can believe it or not. I came to apologize for staying away so long, and to bring a gift for your children.
For staying away too long?
And she walks up, because she's still been like 10, 20 feet away at this point, so she walks up next to where Cypher is and says, yes, I was afraid that I would not be welcomed considering what I have become, brother.
It's at that moment where realization dawns across Damien's face as he looks, now seeing you up close in the light of the house. Realization flashes across his face as his jaw goes slack, his eyes go wide, and he staggers back 2 steps, just grabbing hold of the door frame just to steady himself. This is a joke. But we were told you... Is it really you?
It is.
With that, I'm going to have to send you a quick DM, Callie, because I cannot remember.
Okay.
That, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He straightens himself up, dusts off his shirt for a moment as some vain attempt just to, perhaps more to steady himself than anything else, and he then straightens his back, looks towards you. It has been a terribly long time, Maria. Terribly long time.
I've been trying to keep an eye on you all. I've left money here and there when I can.
He takes several steps forward, Reza, and just wraps his arms around you whilst you're talking.
Reza just kind of like side eyes at Cypher like she feels so awkward, like, what do I do? Do I hug him back? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
Cypher's mouthing the words, hug him, hug him.
So she hands Cypher the cat and hugs him back.
In your ear, you just hear this, "You fucking idiot. Where have you been? What do you mean? What have you become? You're alive. You could have told me sooner."
Not exactly alive. Is there a private place where I don't want to get the children's hopes up and anything weird. Is there a place we could talk?
No, but all the tales that I've told them about you, and he pulls back Reza, grabs your cheeks, squeezes them for a moment, and just stares into you. This is... Go on.
She grimaces, revealing her fangs.
This is not a dream. I'm not dreaming. No?
No, you're not.
Oh, you fool. You should have... Using his sleeve, he dabs at his eyes. That stereotypical, oh, I'm just wiping my brow, my forehead. But trying his best to wipe away tears that are starting to form at the corner of his eyes as he nods. Perhaps, yes, in the rear of the house is the storeroom. It's not the most homely, but...
Let's go. And she starts walking her way there.
Damien pops his head into the... Louisa, I will be just a moment, dear. Put me out some food. I just need to have a brief conversation with... He mumbles the last few syllables before following you, Reza, out back. Around... Making your way through the blacksmithing workshop, the lean-to area.
Yeah, and Reza is dragging Cypher with her.
Damien comes around the corner, sees Garrett, who's probably propped up against the wall, arms folded, smug. Oh!
Damien?
He knows you, doesn't he?
No, not me.
Does he
I've
not?
never been here.
No, it's not. No, it wasn't. It was just Desmond.
Dorian
and Cypher.
Yeah. So he offers a respectful nod towards you, Garrett. Excuse me. He awkwardly shuffles around you, Garrett, before making his way into the back storehouse. As he steps through the door, he looks towards you, Reza, looks to Cypher, turns away, opens up a cabinet, and just produces a leather water sack. Popping the cork, he takes a big swig. The smell of wine permeates.
Is it good wine?
It's relative, yeah, decent enough for what you'd expect out in Khartov. You know, nothing great, but it's It's not bad. He takes
Right.
several big gulps and exhales and then turns to face you.
You're going to need more of that before this conversation is over. Where to start?
My dear
Okay.
sister, I don't think there's enough alcohol in the entire world to... sorry, go on.
No, that's okay. I've had 20 years to get used to myself. You've had 2 minutes, so that's fair. Take all the time you need, but not too long.
There's a slight, almost dark smirk that creeps up at the side of his lips as he takes another swig from the wine. And as he takes the bottle down, he just looks towards you, and in a expression that you've seen many, many times before in the past, Reza, he just says, "Do you have any idea how much that headstone cost me?"
Listen, you didn't have to put it up. I wasn't confirmed dead. You could have just slapped my name on the memorial with everybody else. It is very nice, though.
He chuckles before just collapsing onto one of the wooden chairs nearby and offers out the flask towards you.
No, thank you. I don't drink or eat.
All these years. Takes another swig. Sorry, It is good to see you again, though, Maria.
Damon, I go by Teresa now.
Our aunt?
Yes.
Awkward.
Well, it wasn't when I was using that name exclusively with people I wasn't related to.
It's going to be weird calling you, Teresa. But... So I guess this, and he juts a finger and thumb towards his mouth as he talks in gesture of thanks that he's just noticed earlier.
What?
Because it has something to do with you.
I died in the city below and was brought back as this. I am same sort of creature as those that lord over us in the court. And until now, recent events in the last few days, it has not been safe for me to show my true nature in public. But things move apace, brother, in the city, where I have mostly been for the last 10 or 20 years, and she gestures to her and Cypher and Garrett if he came in with them, have established ourselves in a position of not inconsiderable influence.
Damien nods, taking this in.
I will tell you more later, but I wanted to make sure that you and your family were, I guess the right word is, watched over. So, Cypher.
Oh, right. And he hands over the cat.
This is a very special cat. I made him myself.
You know I fucking hate cats. He grins.
Listen, I am not having this conversation again. Okay?
He grins as he takes the cat and nods. In spite of the odd jovial comment, you do see his demeanour has dowered slightly. The weight of what's just been dropped is now only just starting to slowly kick in.
Mm-hmm.
A cat, sister. And this is to protect me. How?
Reza scratches the back of the cat's head and sort of like reveals the rune through the fur. If something should happen in Kartov, or someone show up here, or just something weird happen, like the sort of things Father used to tell us about when we were little, that he saw down there. All you have to do is smash this cat's head in, and I will know that there is trouble here, and I will come and help. Why are you looking at me like that?
He looks at the cat, looks at you, looks back at the cat. Shh.
What?
Tell him what the cat is.
Oh, it's a construct.
Oh, good. Because
It's
here
not
I
a real
was
cat.
thinking that you just told me to take my hammer and smash the skull open of this pet you've just given me. A construct.
Well, it is a construct, and it is bound to one that lives with us at the Baron's Folly in Lower Streets.
Wait. You own the Baron's Folly.
I have a vested interest as a business partner there, yes.
Oh. All right. It makes sense now with Desmond and the business for the Folly and the weapons that have been ordered, and thank you, Teresa. And you sure if there's any of the horrors that crawl out of the ground, as Father once mentioned, then I will. He looks back to the cat, then back to you with this somewhat bemused smile. I will smash open the cat's head.
And be careful, brother, because sometimes the monsters these days just look just like people.
Well, if they say those of the court are monsters, and you are now one of the monsters of the night, my dear sister, then I dare say I have nothing to fear anymore.
Sure. Probably not, though. That's why I brought the cat.
Why, so you can sweep in and save me?
No.
He grins.
No, shut up. This was a terrible idea.
No, I think it was one of the best ideas you've ever had. It's going to take me a little bit of time to get my head around, the not being dead part, or being dead it's going to take me a...
Cypher's chomping at the bit to make that's how I know you're dead joke, but he's just like, oh, stop a moment.
Technically, it's undead. So, but yeah, so that's sort of why I didn't want to go right in from this conversation to the meeting your family and everything. It's a lot to process. So just tell
Yes,
them.
yes, it is.
Tell them you have a new pet cat, and you know that. Oh, I don't know. It's up to you how you want to.
I'll tell Louisa that the same as you. I'll let her know first, and the children. Well, we'll cross that canal when we get to it, shall we?
Yes. And then at some point, I think that we would like to have a conversation with you at the Folly when you have some time between customers.
Damien slowly nods in response. At this point, you would see he is a vortex of emotion at the moment. Confusion is apparent across his face. Happiness, perhaps even a tinge of fear. But this is certainly similar to yourself, Reza, taking it in his stride with the stoic, resolute you are known for.
Family trait.
Certainly holding it together as he just takes the cat and strokes it, nods, puts it down on the ground, looks at it for a moment, watches as it doesn't immediately sprint off and just sits down by his feet.
I'm not saying that there's imminent danger. It's just I worry. And you know what happened in Momstown. And I'm not sure if you've heard about what happened in Dirkstown yet, but I was very close to both of those things, and I would hate for something to happen in Khartov, and I not have a chance to come and try and... And she stops talking as she just stares at him.
He steps forward, goes in for one last embrace.
She genuinely hugs him back now that the awkwardness is gone.
I believe that Father would be very proud of you. If you're in the line of work of swinging the swords rather than making them, then, well, it seems you got the better end of the stick from him.
I'm not sure about that.
We both know what you signed up for when the call came in, and we both know why I didn't. I am just glad that our fears were unfounded. And so, last time I will say it, but Maria, I'm happy you're okay.
That's one word for it. Thank you, brother. Have you met Sci-fi and Garrett?
Pulls back, coughs. Cypher. He looks towards you, Cypher. The last time you met him was before your beautification.
Yeah. I've had a glow up since then.
You've had a glow up since then. As he looks towards you, Cypher, with Desmond, the pale, pasty, gaunt, you've put on weight, my good man.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Garrett, I don't believe we've met, but Garrett, and putting the name of the Baron's Folly, I assume you are the Garrett of the Baron's Folly? Damien extends a hand towards you, Garrett.
Correct. I take his hand and give it a firm shake.
Yeah, Damien bows his head respectfully towards you. Thank you for all of your continued business, Master Garrett. It's been, well, emotions towards the house, which is a lot nicer than many of the others. In fact, probably all of the others in Kartov. Still has that rustic charm. By rustic charm, it's Kartov's rustic charm, but it's still, nicer. Especially on the inside.
Just Garrett will do. Tell me, do you know much about carriages?
Carriages? I have made a lot of the bolts, and this is an odd question going from finding out my sister's alive-ish, a vampire, to carriages. Yes, I have assisted in making most of the metal parts for carriages in the past.
Perfect. In the future, I will need your help. You will be paid handsomely.
I very much look forward to the job, Garrett.
Good. And thank you for allowing me to witness this reunion. It means a lot to me.
Damien arches a brow, shoots a glance over to Reza.
What?
Shrugs. You're...
He's my boss.
You're welcome, Garrett. It's not every day you can, meet a sister from years by who you thought dead. Spent an inexorbitant amount of coin to erect a nice headstone.
Never gonna live that one down, am I?
Flowers, visits for weeks and weeks on end. Cry into, your pillows every night, where you have to have your wife console you.
Speaking of crying, I will leave it up to your discretion whether or not to tell Mother.
The somewhat jovial comments that were coming from him immediately stop. And for the first time, a heavy seriousness overcomes him. If you would, sister, I believe a bit of time for me to mull it over first.
Of course, I saw her less than a year ago. She did not look well, and if you think that it is safer for her to let her live out her life, knowing things as she knows them now, then I would support that decision.
It's not a decision I'm going to make. I'll have a chat with Louisa and spend some bit more time with Mother, see what... she is frail. Teresa, she is very frail. A canal to cross at a later date, perhaps.
Yes, of course.
But she's frail, but doing well. You don't have to worry about her. She is looked after.
I know I don't have to worry.
He stands there for a few moments, just awkwardly looking over you, Reza, before folding his arms and offering himself more than anyone a satisfied, almost a comforting nod. All this time. Took you long enough.
It was for your own protection and everybody else.
He walks up to you, flicks you on the forehead. No, I know you. And if I was in your shoes, I'd have done the same. So, can I offer anyone a drink? Maybe a bite to eat? Food was just being served for the family.
No, thank you. I don't eat.
Neither do I.
I've intruded enough on your time for this evening.
Right.
Take the cat back to your family, Damien, and we'll figure out how best to approach sharing this reunion as needed. Yeah?
He nods several times, wordlessly. I know, man. If it had been any other character...
Do you know how many times I had that fucking opportunity and I held my tongue?
That's
Fuck
how
yourself.
I know you're dead. But yeah, with several silent nods in response, Reza, Damien will make his way towards the door, open it. Well, with that then, I wish you all a pleasant afternoon and evening. I thank you for your continued business, and I look forward to not only more business in the future, but perhaps getting one over on my stupid sister over there.
Really? I've been alive for 10 minutes, and you're all... We can go now.
Don't forget your family discount at the Folly.
Oh, yes, you have a family discount, but it's really not an environment for children. Just FYI, it's not a family place.
And Kartov is. They are tougher than you'd think.
Fair. It's good to finally see you again, brother.
And you too, sister. It has been too long. Far too long. And...
Yeah, you're old now.
He rubs his chin. Scowls. And then just lets out an amused exhale of breath. Yes. And you haven't aged a day.
Scary, isn't it?
Oh well, you know what they say. Age catches up to us all eventually. One day when you're running round, your jowls hanging down below your chin, make sure you stop by. It just smirks, closes the door behind it, locks the door to the storehouse, and starts strolling towards the front door to the house. If you need anything else, that's in my wheelhouse. Ask. All right?
We will.
And one final thing, Teresa.
Yes.
In a somewhat more managed, commanding tone, he just looks you in the eyes, Reza. Don't be a stranger.
Well, I don't intend to be.
Damien nods before bringing a sleeve to his eye. Turns away from you all and with the other hand just offers a wave. Good, I'll see you later, sister.
Yes. See you soon.
With the clasp of the lock on the door ringing out into the now empty street of Kartov. You three are left outside the Hellman residence.
Reza's just gonna take a deep breath and be like, well, shall we head home?
Look. And please forgive my intrusion. I only followed in case things went not the way you wished. Didn't want you doing something that you might regret.
Well, I was about to say it wasn't an intrusion at all, but were you just implying that I would kill my family?
No. Scare them.
Oh, that's fair. And then she starts walking briskly on the road back to Novostoya.
Last image of the Hellman residence you would see is one of the upstairs lanterns be turned on behind closed linen curtains. A sign that Damien probably didn't go straight to dinner after closing the door. But with that said, your departure from Kartov, Reza, you striding out in front, you begin to make your way back towards the folly. Or at least in the direction.
Job's done.
Good shit. So, I hope that was alright. I hope that was good for you.
Yeah, it was good.
Good. Plans going forward. Next session we have Vanya going to the Sanguine Academy. Is she going alone or is anyone going with her?
You know you want pilfering their library.
I mean, that's up to Vanya.
Vanya, do you want anyone to be with you, or do you want to go solo?
I think, I think she would have let them know that she was going, and with her stopping to talk to Jacqueline, that they would have had time to catch up if they did want to go. So if they want to go, they can.
Okay. So, have a thing. If you want anyone to come with you after the interaction with Jacqueline, they may have a chance to catch up. Because again, bear in mind your Sanguine Academy pin is one gifted by House Vulpescu. The rest have Houseful Pesky Pins, which kind of is a get anywhere you want tag. Granted, into the archive, you're probably the only person who can stroll in there freely, Vanya. But I'm sure we'll find out what the atmosphere is like at the Sanguine Academy next week. Yeah. Stuff's going on in this 7 days downtime. So, Dorian, you know what you're up to in regards to laying the groundwork for your scheming.
Mm-hmm.
Garrett, in this week coming, you'll easily have more than enough time to just plough out the Bloodshot, the Court's Reserve for the upcoming Masquerade Ball.
Yeah, I need to get the blood works, and I need to talk to what's her name? Yeah, that's her.
Got it. Okay. And Reza, you will be out next week.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we'll sort something out for you. So yeah, I think that's pretty much nailed.
Yeah, I think that Reza would be focused on digging back into the folly, seeing what Falco's been up to, where he needs more people, that kind of thing, like catching up on the main businesses. So we can RP that when I'm back.
Absolutely. So, with that said then, Saturday, we do have something planned for Saturday, but I'm going to leave it as a surprise. We will be doing something Saturday. Nothing crazy, nothing... let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
Nothing
okay.
serious, nothing that's going to be overly, a series or anything, but I've been doing a lot of heavy RP recently with the Dirktown stuff, with Imperial Maledicts and planning. So, I as a DM, I need something stupid, something meme-worthy, something that is completely away from the grim darkness of the far future and the soul-destroying, soul-eating of Pariahs. So, yeah, tune in on Saturday. Who knows? There might be a spot of uranium fever there. With that said, though, close us out, everyone.
Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye, chat.
Bye.
Bye.
And see you in the Commonwealth and next time on Pariahs.
Mute you lot up. Flick on over to the end screen. In fact, you know what? For a moment. Cannot confirm nor deny. Just something stupid next on Saturday. What am I looking for? I'm looking for some music to close out to. Something that's I don't know. I don't know anymore. You know what? Let's go with Tristram Diablo. All right, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us for episode 20 of Pariahs. Listen 889, thank you for the follow. All Saint Nick, thank you for the follow. Devious Hearts, thank you for the follow as well. Vexing Cat, I saw the hydration earlier. Thank you for the 30 bits. I did hydrate at the time. I haven't now. I've completely ran out and I am desperate for a drink. But thank you very, very much. Along with Ravon, thank you for your 100 bitties. And last but not least, Lee, coming in with the 60-month resub, 5 years. Where's my prize? I do. Do you know, I've not been drinking recently. I haven't. I need to. But yeah, with that said, see who is streaming. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's go raid a friend of mine called This Mind of Mine. They are currently playing Alien TTRPG. Let's go and see what they're up to and how the chaos is going over there. But yeah, once again, everyone, thank you as always for the support. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to click the camera off because you're probably fed up of seeing this balding bonce. And I will see you all on Saturday for a trip to the wastelands. If not, Sunday for episode 21 of Pariahs. Ta-ta for now.